Good evening, everybody. We've got an updated version of OBS running here, so let me just make sure that everything's working the way it should. And then on top of that, I have not organized my windows, very well. So I just need a minute here to try and find, well, number one, make sure that there isn't a Twitch window already open. And number two, if it is, just to make sure that everything's tagged up properly. But yes, I did my best. I mean, I don't think there's ever going to be a perfect way of handling this. I did my best to try and announce that the broadcast wouldn't be going on Monday and Wednesday this week. But, the thing is that if you're not watching the stream, not just on the day that I say that, but at the very specific times in which I say that, there's the danger that people miss out. So I did get a couple of messages. I'm delighted that people care enough that they want to check in and make sure everything's fine. But in this case here, it is exactly what I was expecting. In the sense that on Monday, I took the day off for the holiday, and that's just to sort of preserve my sanity. And then for Wednesday, it was local game dev meetup. Now the mixed news, I guess would be the appropriate way of putting it, is that the meetup will not be happening in December. So really, all that I need to worry about in terms of days off in the upcoming, I guess 2 months really, would be Christmas, Boxing Day, and New Year's. And traditionally, I have broken the rule of taking the holidays off for Christmas because, as somebody who sort of uprooted his social network, which was in Vancouver, and moved it to Ottawa, I can appreciate what it's like to spend a Christmas alone. So I sometimes like to take the opportunity to, share something with people on that day. There's also a few little bits of housekeeping to take care of, so I don't want to spend too much time on preliminaries because there is so much to get into with the game here, but there is a new beta update. Now, I don't play the beta branches. My main reason for that is there is a side of me that likes to show the game in its best light. So even for something like Phantom Brigade or Industries of Titan, those are early access games, but I feel like I can at least minimize the number of frustrations or minimize the number of, cases where somebody might see something that turns them off by doing sort of the release versions of things. Now sometimes people do this out of a sense of being very helpful, and then some people go from being helpful to very insistent that you play it the quote-unquote correct way. So I am aware that Daymare is available. It seems very interesting, and if I were to be playing on my own, I would probably load it up just so that I can see. But, in the case here, I did my time in the early beta of the game, and I feel like we've invested a lot in this particular run, so I'm happy to use sort of the final versions of the game rather than the betas. And we might change that up over time, but the current system is working for me. I also wanted to take a minute and mention Cobalt Core. Now, that is a truly wonderful game that I played last week, and unfortunately, just due to the timing of everything. Hello, Digi Inferno. How are you doing? Just because of the way that the timing worked out, I'm a little stuck in terms of just getting everything played on time. But Cobalt Core is a game that was just recently released by Brace Yourself Games. I believe its opening week discount is now gone, but it is available $25.99 Canadian. It is a game that I really want to return to, but the fact of the matter is both Brace Yourself and Weather Factory have been very, very kind to me. I wish both a tremendous amount of success. And in the end, number one, Book of Hours has definitely gotten more time, or it's kind of established itself as a Friday game, whereas Brace Yourself has traditionally been a Wednesday slot. But on top of that too, I don't know, there is really something very, very special about Book of Hours, and it's a game that I really like just sort of sitting in, resting in, and I know I'm going to have a very, very busy weekend, so I'm definitely looking forward to sharing some more. And to be honest with you, there are definitely some things that I'm interested in seeing the results of inside of Book of Hours. So there's a little side of me specifically with this playthrough that makes me want to see what's been going on. Time enough. The seasons will pass. Don't worry. There is no need to hurry, except in Numa. I feel like I'm missing out on some of the other housekeeping I was going to do. I am really struggling to remember what rooms I've checked out and which ones I haven't in terms of the statues, and that's a problem that's also creeping into the YouTube videos as well. I believe we were starting to work on the different busts, but I will also admit I don't remember. I actually do not remember which ones we did and which ones we didn't. I think we took care of the DeWolfs, but I don't know. I'm not 100% on that. I do want to sort of work out roughly what my my game plan is for the next little while. But I was just trying to think if there's any other housekeeping, because I feel like I left that a bit short. So. What was I? Let me just take a minute. So we talked about Cobalt Core. I talked about the fact that Book of Hours is wonderful. Oh, I know the sticker shock on this one tends to be turning people off, and I still want to give them a good shot on this. I believe the live event, which is set in the Secret History setting, the Locksmith's Dream, so far as I can tell, the last batch of those will be happening in December. Now, Tricuspid Limited is doing another event, and I've noticed actually what they're doing there. Hello, Brief Reefles. I'm doing quite well. I believe what they will be doing next is the Key of Dreams, which is a bit more Lovecraft inspired, and what I've noticed is they've actually decoupled the staying in the house component from the ticket for the event. And so if you want to arrange if you want to basically arrange another place to stay, and you just simply want to go to the place for the event itself, I believe that's a way you can potentially say. Now, I mean, that's also assuming that you're able to find accommodations for less. Presumably there are some for less, but it's not going to be in the big interesting house. But I think that is one of the ways that they're sort of helping people to get past the sticker shock there. So, but because this is a Secret Histories related thing, and there are actually some crossovers in terms of characters. So every time you see a reference to Karadar and Treowyn and the Wheel Locks, all of that is stuff that can happen in the Locksmith's Dream. So for those of you that were looking, I think the fairest assessment to make would be the only events that you're going to be able to go to are going to be happening within the next month or so. So, well, basically just the cost for the event is it's you pay for a room for two people, so the cost is the room, and the room will be either 2 or 4 occupants. So, the thing is that if you are into a video game, you're looking somewhere between $20 to $40. If you're looking for a getaway, right? If you want to go to a centuries-old house and have a big elaborate dinner and investigate it with all of the different rooms and have this sort of cross between an escape room and immersive theater, and it's a very difficult event to describe, but the thing here is that the point of comparison is not the video game. It's the point of comparison is what would it cost you for a night out at a really nice restaurant and like sightseeing in a one-of-a-kind sort of place. So like this is like the really good way to do it is find three other people who you like, who, you know, you're willing to sort of split that cost with, and in that case you get this wonderful opportunity to experience something very special. But I completely understand that, you know, the game, the delightful thing about this game is that it attracts a very diverse group of people. But with that in mind, it does also have its own cost. So like I priced it out. I think if I were to try and take a flight to Heathrow, so that isn't even where the event is held, but I think I'd be spending about $800 plus the taxes and fees for the flight. So that's an upfront cost. Like that's the entry fee for just even physically locating to the same place. And then from there, you know, there's the cost for the event. And it is 100% worth it. I don't think I have ever seen someone report on it with anything but rave reviews. But the thing is that not everybody, like, you know, if you are in a particular, like, okay, so I've gotten myself out from under sort of student loans. I'm paying myself back for all of the money that I'd saved up and, you know, while working in film, and then put into basically going to school in Vancouver with Vancouver rents. You know, like that sort of stuff. I'm essentially at the point now where I'm paying myself back. So, and obviously one of the reasons for me doing that right now is because I kind of knew where interest rates would be going. So it's a really good time not to be borrowing. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that I'm employed in the kind of job that you get after, you know, spending a lot of time in a good school to study a fairly complicated subject. I could be doing much better, like if I went into consulting or something like that. I would definitely be increasing my wealth rather than paying myself back. But like I'm okay now, right? So in my case, I am actually at a point in my life where I can consider not just a holiday, but, you know, a holiday where I'm going somewhere to a physical place. But, you know, there are people who watch this channel who are trying to figure out where, you know, next week's groceries are coming from. So I'm always a little conscious of the fact that, you know, I'm speaking to a very diverse group of people whenever I talk about events like this. And, you know, I don't want to sort of say because, you know, not everybody can go to it, nobody can learn about this, or nobody can enjoy it. You know, the hope is that the people who go are able to report back the interesting things that will make it, you know, worthwhile for others. Building up a sense of community around this thing is very good. But I also know they're still trying to get the word out. So I definitely wanted to at least let those of you who are in a position to know, and possibly be at a point to make some recommendations. This is kind of the last chance to experience something like that if you are in such a place. How goes the scholarly pursuits, Baron Snugs? Well, I'm doing my usual long introduction. I know it's been a while since I've seen everyone, so I'm happy to catch up. But doing well. I hope you are well as well. Actually, if you could just give me a second here, I'm going to grab my pencil. Okay. So there's some lore stuff I want to write down, and then there is some, there's also some words, lore stuff, and then also just some like private notes that I want to put down for myself. So let's talk a bit about what the game plan is. So like essentially, if I wanted to complete the game, so far as I can tell, the victory for the game would be to finally write down a history in the journal, not just make a determination, but to write a history. And then presumably, you know, I committed at the yew tree, I think it's said. I do actually have a whiteboard and a corkboard to my immediate left. So, but I have a notebook, I have my tablet, and I have a spreadsheet for this game. And then on top of that, I've been sort of going through the various rooms, taking a particular approach to things, But again, because I'm juggling the two playthroughs, it's a little tricky for me to remember, what my priorities were in what places. So it's not a giant whiteboard though. And I actually have been using, so again, like, I don't mind paying for software. I don't like paying needlessly for software, but if there's something worthwhile, I don't mind paying up for it. So I did actually get a copy of Scrivener when it was on sale, and I'm enjoying that. I really don't use the research features as much as I feel like I should, but I have been enjoying that just for its organization. So I suppose I could start using that for Book of Hours as well. But there is something really nice about handwriting notes for this. So, but I will say actually the whiteboard. So it's actually kind of fun. It used to be full of stuff. So like there's personal finance stuff for it. There's like long-term ambitions, which have nothing to do with streaming, but probably about half to 3/4 of the whiteboard are actually dedicated to stream things, including like this big list of things that I've been meaning to cover. And there are 2 entries left on it. And then there's like some other things that I think would be kind of fun to do. Like they're on my long-term plans list, but I'm actually really looking forward to just being able to wipe out a huge big part of the whiteboard and then sort of work on another 5-year plan. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely looking forward to, I don't know, just playing around. It's nice to have targets to go towards things. Like my better targets would be things like, how do I grow the channel? How do I maintain concurrent viewers? Number one, talking about the game and not talking about the plans for the channel would be a really good way of doing that. But like, just trying to figure those little details out for me, I think they're worth it, right? Like I do sort of like the idea of putting just sort of like a standing checklist of things to do as I work through a game. I like it. So. But yeah, so there's a few things that I want to do though. So it turns out that if I'm ready to make the determination, I do actually get a bit of an idea about what the effect will be. So let me see if I can pull this off again. I think we take the Newman Paths of the Sun, and we'd need the Uzalt. So Twiceborn Victory, the second dawn is nigh. In this history, the new king will enter the paths of the sun, and the second dawn will change everything. I will have my third choice. When the librarian records a history, even the hours take notice. Making this decision cannot be reversed. It will begin the end game. Yeah, no worries, Be Freefuls. I hope you have a good time, whatever you are doing. Okay. So I feel like this is one where I want to put this down in pen. So one of the things, like, so again, I have the option of sort of saying, all right, we're gonna go into the end game here. Let's just make this happen. To me, though, there's more to unpack in Hush House. So, we've got. So first of all, we don't know if we've uncovered all of the treasures of the house. We have not examined all of the items in the rooms. We haven't even examined all of the consumable items, or any of the consumable items. I would sort of like to at least read all of the different books that I've lined up, but that's a later term ambition. And then now that I get a bit of an idea in terms of what happens, I would actually like to go over my options in terms of the various Newman and to see maybe which one I think is most fitting. So we've got Paths of the Sun. I'm pretty sure we worked out that there are different endings based on the... So, like, I can't remember if we worked it out, if it's a combination of Newman and aspect, but I'm operating on the assumption that there is, so I want to test that. What would you suspect your completion percentage is at this playthrough at this moment? I mean, my guess would probably be like 90%. I mean, it does say it begins the end game, so there might be like more to do. But my guess here is that I write the history and then I submit it at the U tree. And we'll see. Like, the game does drop you some breadcrumbs, so. But in this case, like, we're no longer at the point where we don't know what we need to do for the end. By the way, I really like this touch here in terms of the image. Like, you see the different. So you've got like the 3, the 2, and the 1. It reminds me of the, I can never pronounce this correctly, but it's like Tetricus. Oh, there absolutely is Baron Snux. I mean, there is sort of a question in terms of, like, so I think the trick here is, the real question is, what do you think is, like, do you think that all of the mysteries need to be solved in one playthrough, or, you know, do you get more from the other playthroughs? Because the thing is that every single time we commit something to the Tree of Wisdoms, we're making a decision between two different priorities in terms of our understanding of the world. So with that in mind, you know, I am hoping to commit all of the things to the various branches in the Tree of Wisdoms, but one of my requirements for that is that I boost up Wolf Stories, Pearl, and Tide, and maybe a couple of the languages to level 2, just so that I can properly account for all of the various, just so I can kind of account for all of the different details that we get. And then on top of that, there is the kind of secrets that you learn as you play through the game. So even in a game like Cultist Simulator, which has been out for a while and hasn't gotten like a major content update, when I read certain lines, particularly in light of some of the things that I've seen in Book of Hours, there are just certain ideas that make a little bit more sense now. And so a consequence of that is that as you become more comfortable with the lore, maybe if you talk with other people and their ideas on things, or, you know, there's a lot of different ways that you can approach it. But, you know, I will definitely say that even passages that I've read, you know, 10, 20, 30 times before, I do feel like I wind up in a situation where I still, how do I put it? I'm still sort of getting something new out of it. So, but on the other hand, right, like in terms of things like endings and things like that, there's at least one. I am getting an impression that there might be a little bit more, but what happens in the endings will be different, although the recipe might be similar. But I do get the impression, so far as I can tell, there is one different ending for sure, and I'm getting the impression there might be another one, but I'm going to leave that aside. All right, so in this history, the new king will enter the paths of the sun, and the second dawn will change everything. So the obvious next step for me is just to try things out with Nock and Lantern. Or sorry, Nock and Forge. Oh. Oh yeah, I seem to remember reacting somewhat violently to the Nock one. Yes! Okay. The sun has made his paths, wisely and unwisely. In this history, others will travel them. The gods from stone will return for their revenge. In that new order, I will find my third choice. we're not doing that. Now, I think the fact that I don't have metal prevents me from seeing what the forge version of this one is. So I can put my shaft in, and I can try... Oh yeah, actually, I also don't think I have... Yeah, so I'm also short a 10 forge. So I think there's two things that are pushing against me on that. Yeah, we're actually too short. So I both need to improve bells and braziers as well as use the metal. Or upgrade shaft sufficiently. But okay, so that's Paths of the Sun. So what I want to do is there's a handful... I think I want to go for the things that are custom to the Twiceborn. But this isn't the only Twiceborn legacy. I do have... so I keep all the Newman texts up here. So I believe... the Sun Disfigured, the Shredic Book of Suns, and the Serpent Root have Twiceborn specific endings. And then it would be kind of nice to consult the other Numa texts to see what Newman. Anyways, I'd like to review these books and just sort of, now that I know that the game gives a prompt in terms of what histories you get, I figure it'd be nice to go as far as we can and just sort of see what the results are for for what I have here. Now, if I recall correctly, we actually have examined all of the items sort of in this block here, and then what we're doing... Sorry, all the ones that... like, if you have a malady, you can check. So I think we were... Again, I think it was the bus we were going on. I also think I've interacted with the animals, so we are at the point where we... In fact, if memory serves, I think we were on to the librarians. But I don't think it would hurt for me to maybe reacquaint myself. I mean, the question is what I do with my elements of the soul in between. So, again, my main goal has been to sort of study these various... to study the different objects, see what I can learn. If I have an opportunity to read more books, I want to take it, although I believe we are... I think we're full up. These are... Yeah, so we need Ramsund and Kernwick Hennebeck. I'm trying to remember why the... Oh, this was my overflow, right. Can I move them? Absolutely not. I was working on rearranging the library, but that can be a bit of a longer term project. And then I think I was also trying to work out the different recipes. So maybe what I will start doing, I'm going to start keeping track of some of the various intermediate items that I can make and see how you doing, Vanguard Master. I'm sorry that I've not actually used that key you gave me yet. So this weekend might be a little bit tight, but I'm hoping to just sort of clean a whole bunch of stuff off my plate and then be able to follow up. For what it's worth, there was a beta that I was in that I also didn't get to help out with. So you're not the only person I'm letting down. Yeah, okay. So the other thing that I want to do, if I can, is work out the different recipes. So there's a lot of recipes that I have been... like, I don't know, delinquent on. So let's use the Sunset Harp as an example. So I've got Tradiz Mahaira, Trist, so... we've got, looks like the Grail the Grail Intermediate shouldn't be that hard. If I add a fabric. Oh, okay. That's probably why. I'm also thinking that I might have used up the towels in the construction of... Yeah, I don't know. I think I may have used the towels in the construction of something. So what's the story here? So if I think the problem that I had with this one was trying to find something that would accept the fabric. So Grail and Moon. Okay, that doesn't work. What about the... That doesn't work either. Sorry, call came in, but I'm going to ignore it. Yeah. I'm trying to figure... So yeah, some of these are just because I haven't been able to figure out the... I haven't figured out the... you know, there was it's a name streamer, so I want to be a little careful on this particular story, but I did actually make the Nigerian prince joke in their stream, and they got really imperious about like filling the stream with nonsense. And like this is a guy who is like, his whole thing is being a goof. Yeah, just like it was absolutely, I was a mod on their channel, so like it was absolutely one of those moments where I I was like, this is way more trouble than this is worth. Like you do not know me well enough to talk to me this way when I am trying to match the tone that you've set here. I mean, it's just one of these things where I'm sure they didn't notice I was gone until much later, and I frankly had no real interest in moving on with it. But with that in mind, I'm now going to give you a public dressing down, Vanguard Mester, about the importance of not filling chat full of nonsense. I don't know. Like I said, the pursuit of channel growth has been something that turns otherwise decent people into people who are not very fun to be around. Oh, here we go. So if we put Tridesma Hira here. What? Oh, right, because it's fabric and fiber, whereas this takes woven. So I'm sure the Pale Mammoth would count, though. Oh, but I can't... Tridesma Hira with Prentice level Grail creates a beguiling melody, or for a scholar level recipe, if I add fabric, I can hum the faintest of life into a little doll. Ah, okay, so it does actually have to be fabric and fiber. That's interesting. So it makes me wonder how I would like to inform you that you are strictly talking from personal experience. I was contacted some years ago by a lawyer of such a relation. However, when I replied to them, they didn't follow up, so I'm waiting for my inheritance. This is not frivolous talk. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's my university asking for money. Which, under some circumstances, absolutely. But maybe not right now. There are other things I am currently donating to. But yeah, so the this is clearly taking a bit more effort than I thought, but I am trying to... I'm also trying to make it so that I can have all of the recipes in my catalog as well. And I'll confess, I'm a bit stumped about the Tridesma Hira fabric thing. Because if fabric has... So I'll just double check here. So we've got clean linen, which is woven, not fabric. So it seems like these bolts are the only thing that I can work with. And if the only thing that will take the bolt is the loom, well, the loom doesn't take Tridesma Hira. And again, I'm sure this is just a question of me finding the workbench that I haven't interacted with already. But like some of these just don't make any sense at all. Like clearly, the Hall of Voices is not the sort of thing I would want to. I would want to try and do some sort of weaving at. Again, some of these are pretty weird. Pretty weird interactions for me to be attempting, but I'm at the point here where I don't want to. I don't want to cut off potentially useful angles. I mean, I get it. Like, the Alma Mater Society definitely does do... Like, they do things, and, you know, I'm sure I benefited from them. Probably benefited from them in ways that I didn't... Oh, that's interesting. Splash cautiously through the shallower tunnels. Oh, you know what? I didn't even think that this would be something that I could... gather things from. That's gonna be interesting to try. Oh! I didn't realize that I had unpaused. But yeah, I am stumped in terms of figuring out how to combine the Tridesma Hira into something that will... Like, so it's, for all intents and purposes, it sort of says that there is a recipe that exists here, but it's not really one that I can take advantage of. So again, I'll add the... I have to add the Arab here. If it says, you know, for a scholar level recipe, if I add fabric, I can hum the faintest life into a little cloth doll. Well, again, if there isn't an opportunity to combine moon or grail and fabric, then basically the recipe may as well not exist. And again, most of these things that I'm working with here are kind of last-ditch Hail Marys. But it does make me wonder if I can try and combine... let's find a grail that will accept a tool. And we'll see if we can do something with the cloth doll. I bet I can't put Arab in here yet, so that's not a good start. Okay, nope, I can see this working. I really would have thought that that would have given something. Okay. Well, I'm not sure what to make of that. But yeah, so again, I don't want this to be my main focus, but I would kind of like to work out the different recipes for the skills. It's not a major concern right now, but it is something that I can sort of keep myself occupied with. Now, here's probably my main focus right now. So I've already got Paths of the Sun. So Paths of the Sun, like I have a rough idea in terms of what the various histories are going to be for that. Clearly, I am going to need to get a new element of the soul, as well as upgrade one of my existing skills to get the full picture. But, okay, good luck, Vanguard Master. But yeah, I've got a game plan in terms of finding out that third one, but what I would like to do with the Newman, if I can, is read whatever text I can, or not read, sorry, I've got my text handled. But like if I can craft something with the Newman, particularly something that I didn't know how to do before, that would sort of be ideal. So actually, let's maybe work on that right now. What would be a good, I guess, solar altar of some kind would be good. So if we add the Newman. So then the real problem here is trying to remember what some of the intermediate lantern stuff was. So let's, I guess Auroral Contemplations is my... Okay, so already we've got, we're missing the level 10. So for scholar level memory, add something with the memory aspect, and I have the makings of... Okay, so I just need to find something with a little more edge. Well, that can just be an element of the soul. So there we go. We've got a winning move. Now, apparently there is a 10. Man, that's going to be a hard one to figure out. So apparently there is a 10 that doesn't involve lantern or edge. How might I angle that? Well, let's maybe try winter and moon for a start. Maybe... Oh, can't put preparation H in there. And I don't think the Nillicant is going to... Yeah. Oops. Well, this will be for moon. Okay, so we know that didn't... At least that combination didn't do anything for the moon. But what about the winter? Because I feel like we do have a couple of wintry things. Oh, yeah, actually. We should be able to work with... Nope, none of those. Interesting. What about now? Nope, okay. We'll restore the Whist. This should be a little more straightforward because we just need the 2 winter to see if this will work. Now again, we're definitely taking some shots in the dark here, but this is one that's worth trying. Just because I'm sure there's a winter candle somewhere. Ah, that's a troll move. Ugh. Oh, you know what? The bittersweet certainty will do the trick here. Do I want to wait the 20 seconds? Actually, here we go. Well, that solves it for... I guess I can try adding a candle just for the sake of... The thing is that, like, you need the combination of both the intensity as well as the... So you need the intensity of the aspect, but you also need the right ingredient. So being able to find this just by throwing things in is it's a 1 in a million kind of a shot. It's worth trying, right? But okay, glass finger toxin is a no starter. Well, that's not entirely true. We just need to find a better place for it. So if we did Shapt, Auroral Contemplations, Paths of the Sun, glass finger toxin. Well, that's xanthotic essence, so that would probably not be the way we want to go there. We already have a memory. Flower, maybe? Yeah, so we're back to the same situation as before. Okay. So the last logical move would be to attempt something with Forge. And unfortunately, I don't think I have the relevant, well, xanthotic essence. Yeah. Not so exciting. Okay. So let's see if I can do something fancy with... yeah, you know what? Let's not. Let's actually kind of restore... remembering our main focus here was to try and take advantage of the Paths of the Sun. Okay, so we kind of have we can get everything that we need from Auroral Contemplation, so we've sort of figured that out already. So let's continue on our Lantern path and see whatever. So all of the Keeper level things are currently hidden. So this is the point here where we... All right, Ashertine. So brew the bright ink Ashertine from the Ichor. Which I don't think is an Incastum Terminale. Is it the yellow one? Yep. Very powerful ink, but it is not a top level one. Okay, now Gervinite, I'm going to guess probably doesn't give us something here, because it doesn't, like, it's knock and row. So Glazurian Lightsmithing, yeah. So if we, I mean, again, there seems to be some secret higher level one. The big problem here is that we don't really have any sky to throw at this. So in terms of the Lantern side of things, that's great. We've learned something, but there's not a whole lot that I'm going to be able to do sky-wise for the next little bit. Let's move on to Inks of Revelation. So Moth would be a bit of a challenge. Yeah, so we've kind of got the Lantern that we need here. I'm focusing on Lantern first. I find it a little easier if I go line by line. Okay, so... we seem to be short the Lantern side of things. Now, the tricky part about the Keeper level is that they tend to want very specific elements. So usually it's something that you've successfully made elsewhere. I'm curious if I have the Dyrdae lens, just because that's like an obvious candidate. Okay. Now that's 16, so we're already it's already pretty clear that we don't have. Okay, I kind of hate that I'm doing this, but I'm actually going to go back and just take a quick peek. So, Xanthotic Essence, maybe. Microvitreous. Okay. Again, this is just a little bit more about putting some of the intermediate things that have a credible chance of working. Okay. Trying to think if there's any others that I might... Glassfinger doesn't really make a whole lot of sense there. I don't think it would hurt to try a candle, but I'd be surprised if this is what did it. Yeah, I'm going to guess probably a lantern memory of some kind. Maybe a bittersweet certainty is worth a try, but for now we have to leave that. Okay, Watchman's Paradoxes. Alright, so we already know how to make Ashertine. So, and we can't do anything with the sky right now. Okay, I should actually also be considering Refulgin, now that I think of it. So the first obvious step is Xanthotic Essence, because that's one that we've already got here. Now I'm going to make a guess that I can't also include Refulgin. No, it's one or the other. That doesn't give us the 15 that we need. Although there, that's a pretty easy, just add the Faust. Yeah, again, there may be something that I can do with this, but I think I've exhausted my obvious steps. Okay, so we can make the Ichor Vitreous. Seems to be a sensible play. Oh, I've clearly misplaced the... Oh, no, it's still here. Okay, we're already at 17, so that's a non-starter. Maybe just for the sake of the recipe, we'll include the History Wax candle, just because I can't really think of a... I'm trying to think of an alternative that I could put in here that makes sense. So for completeness, I will include Refulgin just because I know that's a lantern recipe. And I guess it was the Xanthotic Essence was the other one. There we go. So we've got another result recipe if I am so inclined. Okay, moving on. Now I don't plan on doing this for like every time I have a Newman. This is really just because I know I'm getting rid of Paths of the Sun right now, so this is a good opportunity for me to do something like that. It does mean that I am also going to do it for the Forge stuff, but I figure we can start with Lantern and then move our way down. And of course, the other nice thing is if we wind up... So like a Porphyryne would be a great example of something that I want to make if I can. Okay, so it looks like we're good for Lantern. Porphyryne makes sense just because it lets me... I think the Alchemist's Glassware makes some sense here. So again, this time we're going for Forge. Nope. Ah, see, the orichalcum wire is going to be something that holds us back. Actually, there's a number of 4G things that I don't currently have. So I'll try bitter black salts just because we should have some of those hanging around. But yeah, there was a fairly powerful forge ingredient which I used up to create what was it? So there's xanthotic essence and there's iotic essence. So I think it's iotic essence that I'm thinking of. Maybe the answer here is we just take the Orpiment Exultant. And I just kind of accept that there's going to be a bunch of stuff that I don't get to make. But, I mean, maybe the flower might be something that I can throw in as well. Honeyscar Jasmine? Nope, not with that setup. Yeah, so it's bitter black salts or Honeyscar Jasmine. Given where we're going, I think I'm just going to take the Orpiment Exultant and see what we can get out of this. So I'm expecting this will probably be a shorter... Oh, here you go. So at some point I do want to try making the orichalcum, but perhaps this isn't the time. Oh, actually, the Gervanite might be another option. Okay, so Anbury and Lapdary is quite good for iotic and xanthotic. Actually, maybe making the xanthotic essence would be a good idea. Can make iotic essence from bitter black salts, huh? This is very weird that this is a combination of... Oh, actually, no. This makes a lot more sense, because I suppose the liquid potentially would be something a bit more valuable, whereas the bitter black salts are something where you might be willing to say, okay, you know, we're not really using the bitter black salts, so transform these salts into a ready essence of forge power. So yeah, I can actually see why you would want to do that trade-off. Okay, so there's the Meniscate Reflections. I guess we already did this. Spices and savors. Oh yeah, so I'm actually starting to think that the Rofulgen is the solution for the lantern stuff now that I think about it a bit more. Okay, so either I skipped a whole bunch of forge or that's it. I'm sorry to do this again, but I am actually going to do this with lantern just so I can put my mind at ease. So, Rofulgen. I mean, we already have so much lantern on this on its own, but let's add the Uzult just for the sake of the argument. Now again, I'm not expecting miracles here, but it would be illuminating. What's the story here? Oh, Asmiel. Okay. It will be a little funny if what I find out of this is... hello, Nearly Logical. Yeah, I mean, the rest wasn't really a rest. That's the only drawback, but I did enjoy the local meetup, as I often do. One thing that I found, so there's a bit of a story. And again, I always feel bad whenever it's a story that involves like a negative component. And my rule of it always is, if it's a positive thing, talk up, you know, the people involved. And if it's a negative thing, you know, just try and try and mush over some of the details. But when I was in Vancouver, just shortly before I left, that's when I really kind of got involved in the local game dev scene, which is quite vibrant. So, for instance, Full Indie is a big thing that they do there. So yeah, the Revulgan didn't really help with anything, but we were at least able to get something out of the what am I trying to say? Adding the ink. But yeah, so what I wanted to do, because I got involved with that, I wanted to go and see if there was something equivalent in Ottawa. So the first group that I went to, it seemed like a fairly logical choice. But there was just this complete jackass at the very start going on at great length, basically about how great he was and, how he didn't need a university education to do what he did, how anybody who goes to university is an idiot, and so on and so forth. And like this is quite literally my very first introduction to Ottawa game development, and I'm like, I'm probably more sympathetic to the view that there are people pursuing education who probably shouldn't be. Obviously, if the only thing that you're doing is trying to tick another box, there's a bunch of people who try to do this in my master's program. The thing is, the master's program I was in is quite good, and the thing that sucks about that is that there were people who potentially could have been very good economists who ultimately went to other departments, and those departments probably are better off, because some of these people who are just looking for another piece of paper wound up taking up the spots, right? So I am absolutely of the belief that there are people who pursue higher education who probably shouldn't be, but I just don't know how you make the decision, right? But yeah, needless to say that while there are circumstances under which I can find myself agreeing with the view, I certainly did not find myself agreeing. So Glassfinger toxin is like the perfect knock recipe. I certainly didn't find myself agreeing with the statement as presented, let's say. So, I do my thing. I listen to the presentations. They're not all like this guy, but the guy definitely stuck out in the mind. And I suppose in the end, I just sort of the presentations I saw weren't really interesting enough to justify the the inconvenience of going out and having to put up with very strong opinions on the value of an education, right? And again, I'm sure it's full of really wonderful people and so on and so forth, but it's just I have a finite amount of time. Obviously, I'm not going to spend that time trying to develop a favorable opinion of something that's giving me every indication that it is really not worth my time. And then I go to this local meetup called Dirty Rectangles, and the first thing I hear from someone is and again, I know I happen to know for a fact there are some people who watch this channel who like this guy. I do not. I've tried, and I've ruined my YouTube recommendations for this. But let me just start off by saying that this is not an assessment of your moral character by the fact that I see this as something of a leading indicator that I was ready for a difficult conversation, but that's my real life field of study, economics, Baron Snugs. But I meet this guy at Dirty Rectangles, literally the first person I meet, and within 2 minutes of the conversation, it's like,
you listen to Jordan Peterson? And I'm like, oh God, like what is happening in like on Ottawa game development? And he turns out to be the stereotypical. I think the one thing we can agree is that like there is a stereotypical Jordan Peterson listener, right? It's kind of like people are into Joe Rogan. I know lots of nice people who listen to Joe Rogan. I don't quite understand what they get out of it, but you know, it's not my job to tell people what they can and can't listen to. But I think we all know, everybody I think has a very vivid picture in their mind of a Joe Rogan listener. So, you know, some of you may listen to Joe Rogan. You're probably, I've had very enjoyable chats with all of you. I'm going to assume you probably don't act like a stereotypical listener, but yeah, I think we all, just so we can be clear and so there's no hurt feelings, I think we all have a pretty clear idea of the kind of person. And like this is true for everything, right? So when I say I'm an economist, a bunch of people think that I like read Friedrich Hayek or or I really like Milton Friedman. And I have read Milton Friedman. I actually think he's a very good presenter, right? But like people usually ask me, oh, are you freshwater or are you saltwater? And it's like, it's, you know, that's a thing that Paul Krugman spends a lot of time talking about, but I've literally never heard a practicing economist describe themselves as freshwater or saltwater. It is only Krugman that has done that. And for what it's worth, I actually don't particularly like reading Krugman stuff either. So, but yeah, so just with that in mind, I am just talking about the characteristics of a certain type of fandom. It is not limited to those people by any stretch of the imagination. But needless to say, this guy absolutely showed himself to be a very thoughtless adherent of Mr. Peterson's YouTube videos. And like when he tried to figure, you know, he asked what my research was, and I like tried to explain. Because I did do political economy, so there is actually some stuff that might have some overlap there. But like as soon as I describe it, he's like tries to, you know, he gives the thoughtful expression, oh, but what about, you know, correlation isn't causation? And I'm like, yes, I know. That is why I spent, you know, 5 minutes describing the identification strategy, which is, you know, how I get past the correlation. Obviously I didn't say that to him, but like that's a common thing you'll hear, right? Correlation isn't causation. It's like, well, you know, you don't always look, often you don't really look for causes in uncorrelated things, although, you know, maybe it's not even a necessary or sufficient condition, let's say. But yeah, correlation isn't causation is a thing I hear a lot, and a good amount of what I studied is specifically designed to try and make sure that you are getting to causes rather than not. But I mean, again, right, sometimes people just have a thing that they want to say. So yeah, you can listen to someone but not necessarily agree with them or their perspective. I listen to Joe Rogan from time to time. I listen to Peterson. I don't agree with them on everything. Yeah, that's the big one. And this is like, so the thing is that clearly I have had this conversation and have been burned. I don't ever want to be dismissive. I have my issue. But the thing is, like, they're also, like, at least in the case of Joe Rogan, he's somebody who will have interesting people onto his podcast. So like one person who I do not have a lot of time for, which I know people like quite a bit, Lex Friedman, right? But Lex Friedman's had like John Carmack and Neil Stephenson on. So like if I'm setting myself up as this sort of like, I'm never going to listen to the tainted podcasters, that potentially means that I'm not going to be listening to people who I actually think are worth listening to. So yeah, like I agree, Baron Snugs, that you are not helping yourself if you just limit yourself to, you know, to stuff that you agree with, right? It's generally why I try to write the stuff that I do, which is to explore an idea that I feel is under-examined, underappreciated, and go as far as I can with it. And I've definitely changed my mind when writing certain things. On the other hand, right, I also try not to keep such an open mind that my brains fall out either, right? Like I find the balance, and in some cases, you know, I mean, I'll be honest with you, like there can be people who are popular podcast hosts who are actually not very good interviewers. I don't necessarily think you need to do a combative interview, but on the other hand, you know, there is a certain amount of nonsense that gets, you know, rattled around the series of tubes. And I don't know, like I kind of feel like if I can do the BS detection, I'm not particularly special. So, but yeah, suffice to say, like I don't feel like, I don't think it's actually that big of a deal if somebody's not acting like the stereotype. You know, if somebody mentions the stereotype, there's no harm, no foul, right? That's clearly not talking about you. Now, if somebody is treating you in accordance with that stereotype, you know, when you've demonstrated qualities other than that, well, of course you're rightly annoyed. It has absolutely nothing to do with the stereotype. It has everything to do with whether or not you are being respected in a conversation. But yeah, needless to say, it was for this individual, it was a leading indicator of what was a very tedious conversation. And at this point, I'm just kind of thinking to myself, I was like, what the hell is going on with Ottawa game development? But I, wound up meeting with the organizers and things like that. They're actually a very cool bunch. And I will say, because I think a few of you know some of the different circumstances under which my associations with certain people have been the result of some very uncomfortable conversations or even like friendships broken. The one thing I will say is that out of everyone, Dirty Rectangles has been the most sort of tolerant of my weird opinions on things and my like again, unsavory associations or whatever. Like there have absolutely been situations and cases where I have very clearly been made to feel uncomfortable in an environment, specifically because I've, written a particular thing or because I'm perceived as knowing, a particular individual who's on the outs. And, I don't think of myself as some kind of like heterodox maniac. I actually think I'm very bland in most of my opinions. But to the credit of the local game dev scene, they have been like I know when I've given a presentation on something that is not a popular opinion. And I've never ever once felt like it was sort of like I'm not invited in this place anymore because of expressing that view. However, I can let you know that the guy who was ranting about being an idiot because you get an education, he's persona non grata at those meetups, but for an entirely different reason. So, yeah, I don't know. That was probably a much longer story than it needed than that needed to be, but I figure credit where credit is due. Sure, I mean the Unity article is not like, so there's a way that people can perceive that as being like in favor of the developers' sort of tantrums. But I was definitely not impressed with most people's takes on the Unity stuff. Like my view on the whole Unity situation is completely outside a standard independent developer's point of view, which is that, obviously nobody likes a price increase, but I thought that the reaction was entirely disproportionate to what was actually being introduced. That most developers were doing a foolish thing by reflexively switching, particularly developers with games already in progress. We're doing a very foolish thing by switching engines partway through. There's actually a game I kickstarted that did that switch and did not bother consulting the Kickstarter backers. This thing's already a couple of years over. I actually feel a little salty about that because in the end, I backed a certain thing that had a demo that was built in Unity, and it's like, because this is the new thing people are mad about, I now have to wait longer for this thing. And like the donation, or donation, I guess at this point, that I made to it is like small. I'm not in a position to be able to set the production targets for that game, but I would have liked as a backer to at least be informed about this decision. My opinions on Electronic Arts. One of the YouTube videos guaranteed to get nasty comments is the EA essay that I wrote. Again, I think people's reactions to EA are completely disproportionate to what that company actually does. I basically think that people are still mad at John Riccatello's EA, and you know, he hasn't been running that company for a long time. So, you know, I mean, obviously this is not like, I'm not wading into like, you know, major political views or things like that, but I mean, there's other ones that I can think of, but I'm trying not to like bring the the chat into some like real hot button issue where everybody's like mad at each other. But yeah, I mean, there would be some cases where I have definitely expressed things that are not would not be considered to be sort of mainstream indie views, and there are, you know, there are audiences I know where if I do that, I'm basically not going to be invited back, and there are audiences where I do that and I may not win anybody over, but I've at least presented something that you know, that provoked some thought and some comment. So hopefully that at least gives you an idea, Baron Snugs. Anyways, I've got a pretty good idea about what I can and can't do with Paths of the Sun. So let's see if we can ring out another Porphyryne. Let's see if we can do that at the Solar Altar. And that wanted Ichor or Auroral. Can I make a spare one of those? Shame on me if I didn't. I do have some in the chancel if I need it. Okay. Deepen the Ichor into the Incastum Terminale Porphyryne. So I would like to restore the Ichor Auroral before too long. So I don't even remember what will get me that. This is the Ichor Vitreous. Sphinx of Power? No, that should still be a lantern thing. Okay. Oh, we need light. That's gonna be an interesting... Let me see if I can make that with something that doesn't involve light, because I'm happy to make a candle, but it seems like I'm giving up a whole lot just to make something relatively simple. Actually, now I actually think I have I'm getting an idea now in terms of why... I think I have a particular set of tasks that I want to do now. Right. So I think I wanted to go to the beehive more often so that I can get more beeswax, so that I can make more light, so I can get more Ichor Auroral. I'm remembering that now. I guess it doesn't really matter which one, but let's honey or beeswax if I'm careful. All right, let's use the chandlery. I'll make just a simple light. So I had one. It's probably not going to work though. Make a beeswax candle. That doesn't appear in the recipe list, incidentally. Okay, so now what I can start doing here is I can focus on the next Newman that I want to research. So I think in this case I'm going to start with the Charetic Book of Suns and the Sun Disfigured. Maybe I'll do Sun Disfigured first. Left to right. Well, I mean, if I'm doing that, maybe Serpent Root first. Okay, right to left then. Charetic Book of Suns. And again, the idea here is that I'm going to see what that gives me in terms of endings first, and then we'll use that as an input into something else. Oh, you know what? I think I said I was going to wait for the Bittersweet Certainty. Anyways, that's life. We'll get it on the next one. And then, in this case, okay, so I also need to double check what I want to use as inputs to certain things. So if I can explore... Okay, so this uses Moon and Scale. Moon, Heart, and... Okay, so we can go Core... Actually, this is probably one for me to write down. So if I want to collect stuff, I have a bunch of different uses for my Elements of the Soul now. So, Sea Caves. That is Trist, Health, the Gull Colony. That is Fat, Fost, Health. Oh, that's interesting. So the garden only takes nectar now. That's bizarre. Again, I kind of know how this works. So if you activate the workstation, it makes it in line with what it says in the hint. But okay, that's gonna need that's also gonna need some revision. Okay, so that's pure health. So actually, core becomes quite a bit less useful now in terms of inputs. So core, health, Trist, Fet. And then the more core, Fet, health. All right, so I'm in a little bit of an awkward position because I know one of the things I'm going to check out is probably going to involve Arab. So if I want to read a text... So yeah, the funny thing here is that I would normally want to use Arab to read a text because it's going to give me something... like, this doesn't give me anything in terms of money. But I think the best call here would actually be to use the Whist. just so it preserves my options in terms of elements of the soul to use. I guess I also kind of screwed it up because I used the health, which is the only source of scale for me, but I don't think there is a situation under which I would be committing scale to the book anyway. So yeah, let's move on to the Sheretic Book of Suns. We will use the Wist in this case, and we need to use it with Deepman Dayak. I have already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So, just as a recap, what I'm doing... So, I'm making the candle so that I can make the Ichor Vitreous later on. But the first thing that I want to do is read the text so that I can learn a little bit more about the various Numen that I'm going to commit. Now, I am going to check out the rest of the busts, and I'm going to examine the rest of the items inside of Hush House, but I want to... Because I'm at a point where I'm going to be recording a history in my journal, I do kind of want to make an informed decision on that front. All right, I've carried the memory like a flambeau through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. And of course, I have the option of sort of cycling through the sweet bow. In fact, this is a little late for me to be doing this, but I can't afford to do this with the Wist again. I should have done that while I was reading the book, but I figured that I can at least keep myself occupied for the first half of the day. So, but yeah, so I've got this little rotation here. Every time I get a beeswax, I'm going to want to turn that into a candle so I can turn that into the Ichor Vitreous. And then when I get the Ichor Vitreous, I'm going to turn that into another Porphyryne. And the reason why I do that is just because Porphyryne would allow me to bring in another Pneuma. And there are ways that I can work Pneuma so that I basically wind up with a bunch of skill upgrades. Which is, I don't think the way that Pneuma quite is intended to be to be used, but it's how I'm going to use it. Okay, the Sheretic Book of Suns, a radically different text from any of the other versions of the Book of Suns, attributed to Hagar, Queen of Shur, Mother of Wolves. Set down with reverence before the intercalate by one who understood what would come to pass. Apocryphal chapters foretell the means by which the Sun and Splendor and the Forge might circumvent the impossibility of their joining through proxies that are in some sense themselves. And this says, the great counterfeit, the Sun and Splendor and the Forge of Days could not be joined, but Sunset Celia and the Swan King could. This secret is the trick of it. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the Twiceborn can win a particular victory. So, this is not going to be the easiest thing for me to work with. I think probably the moon is going to be something that I struggle with. Actually, nectar probably will be as well. So I'm definitely going to need to restore my health, but let's see what we can do with the Great Counterfeit. So added to the complexity is my highest level lantern is currently occupied. That may not be a problem though. Simple and bright. Oh, and that doesn't take up a Faust. That's good to know, actually. Okay. So first thing I want to do is see if I can make the determination, or do the history. Yeah, so Glacierian Lightsmithing will give me enough. All right, Twiceborn victory. The second dawn is nigh. Perhaps the new king is the real thing, and perhaps he's not. Either way, someone will bring the second dawn. Everything will change, and I'll have my third choice. Okay. So while we're at it, let's see if we can do something with, we'll see if we can do something with Moon here. So Ava's desk will serve this purpose. Now, actually, weirdly enough, would be better if we could put the Wormwood Dream in, but we do actually need to have the Newman in the area. So, I can't remember if it's Porphyryne or Nillicant. Porphyryne. Yep, that makes a determination, but we're too short. We're too short. Oh yeah, of course. Because if I want to do moon, I would... Right. Okay. So I would want to make a determination. So adds moon and scale to your journal, replaces any other first flower determination. Adding a determination makes your first victory possible. So if I wanted, I could change it. So the Watchman's Tree is the constant that forbids knowledge to mortals. It permits it in covenant houses of the tree, like Brankrug Isle. The black flower of Calyptra, the Knight Unwounded, is its first defense. Forbidden knowledge must not be spoken, must not be written, must not be known. The tree is rooted in night. So I do prefer red the first flower. The Watchman's Tree is the covenant that forbids knowledge to mortals, but permits it in the covenant houses of the tree, like Brankrug Isle. The first flower of Calyptra, the fire fueled by truth, was its first defense. Fire consumes knowledge, but fire also gives light. The tree is rooted in paradox. Now, I agonized about this choice a little bit during this playthrough, but I actually had a pretty clear preference on this one, and I will frame it in a weird way. Does anybody in chat know much about the pre-Socratic philosophers? I realize this is the worst possible question you can ask Twitch chat, but there you have it. Okay, let me think. Say I would need a source of nectar, but that doesn't mean we can't see how realistic. I suspect we are going to be more than just 1 point away, though. Yeah, we're 3, so... Okay, so basically I'm not going to find out what's going on with the Great Counterfeit until a later playthrough, so that's fine. We'll throw that into some kind of a creation. I'm going to see if I have any more beeswax kicking around, so I don't think there's any in Elopolis Nook. And we seem to have cleared out the dispensary, but sometimes there was some in the kitchen. No. Okay. That's a bit inconvenient then. It basically just shortens the... it limits the amount of porphyrin I can make, because I do actually want to have like a backup. But that's fine. I suppose in the worst case scenario, we just see what else we can make with the Newman. I do want to restore the health at that point, though. So yeah, we will wait things out. I do mean like the Milesian Thales. I'm glad I got at least one reply to that. So yeah, I realize who's your favorite pre-Socratic is not the sort of thing that you're going to expect to hear on a first date, but that's just because you are dating me. But yeah, so we've at least got some familiarity. Then you have some knowledge. All right. Now I could, first of all, Olaf, and this will apply to anybody who wants to participate in the chat. The most interesting question I could ask first would actually be what everyone's favorite pre-Socratic is, if you are familiar with them. If you don't have a favorite, that's fine. But I think it would be more interesting to hear people's preferences and some reasoning if you would like. But my follow-up would be if anybody would like to make a guess in terms of my favorite pre-Socratic. I actually have a few. But I have probably one that if I was forced to choose, I would pick. Oh, lovely. We've got another beeswax. So we will make another candle. There's no wrong answers to that, incidentally. So if anybody's frantically Googling, go nuts. It's so one of the reasons why I like asking questions like this is that every once in a while on YouTube, and I realize like the way the playthroughs have been going right now, it's been about an hour and a half, and maybe for the last half hour we've really been working into the game right now just so I can learn the things that I'm looking for. But every once in a while there will be a nice comment that I get which is about relating the game to real world concepts, which is something I really enjoy doing, and I think it's one of the things that makes this game in particular very interesting. Do I even have room? There we go. This is an Encastum Terminale, one of the great inks. Use it with your journal to record a history and fulfill your reason for coming to Hush House if you so choose. But yeah, so I've talked a couple of times about the Neoplatonists, and specifically one of the great translators of Plotinus, Stephen McKenna, and how he seems to sort of his biography almost reads like a Cultus Simulator character, but also how Neoplatonism did have sort of an influence on the kinds of, different esotericists, different kind of cults and orders throughout history, and so you can get this very interesting, like basically if you go back to the classical period, you can find a lot of ideas that do keep coming up over and over again in when you just wind up reading about this sort of stuff, right? And again, you wind up with all of these interesting stories. So like I'm sure most people, at the very least if you listen to music, have heard of Aleister Crowley. But what you may not know is that Aleister Crowley knew of and had encounters with William Butler Yeats, the slouched beast towards Bethlehem, turning and turning the widening gyre guy, among other poems. But, marked beast slouching towards Bethlehem. Trying not to die to respond, fair enough. I don't know if it's wow or lol or whatever, but yeah, I don't take attendance, Olaf. I do appreciate you keeping the conversation going, but I'm not expecting you to carry on. But yeah, like so far as I can tell, they knew each other. I think it's possibly good Olaf. Olaf knows that you cannot step in the same river twice, and that the way up is the same as the way down. So Olaf actually probably has a really good idea of why I picked the particular flower that I did. I also really like Heraclitus. Pantaray. I'm not familiar with the reference there, Olaf. But in any case, what's kind of fun is that you have this tiff. Oh, thank you. You can have this tiff between William Butler Yeats and Aleister Crowley, and of course, because both of these are fairly famous figures, you have you almost kind of have this Assassin's Creed quality to those encounters, right? And, William Butler Yeats found out about Plotinus from Stephen McKenna's translation. And so all of a sudden, all these things kind of start connecting together. But again, if you go back, if you go back far enough, you will usually find these things go back to, a lot of ancient philosophy. And even then, like some of those wind up being influenced by even more ancient. So, very often sort of we'll think of, oh yes, you've got the ancient Greeks who had all the good ideas, and aren't they wonderful? Can't they do everything? And then of course, but then it's like, well, who did the ancient Greeks say that about? And like usually what you'll see is it's like, ooh, it's the Egyptians. They're so advanced and they have all this great ancient knowledge. In fact, there's Iamblichus's work. Let me find the exact name. There's like two different names that it goes by, but let me see if I can find the one that I'm thinking of. Yes, here we go. I believe the Neoplatonist reader I have has it as on the Egyptian Mysteries, but apparently its full writing, its full name is On the Mysteries of the Egyptians, Chaldeans, and Assyrians. And I believe this is the Neoplatonist work that introduces the idea of theurgy, which on its own is probably interesting for people who are interested in this. How's the Book of Hours looking? The Hours of Books looking? Am I boring you, Be Free Fleas? Is this why you're asking this, or? But yeah, so the idea here is that this is where you have a philosophical branch crossing into what I think some people might think is religion or more sort of mystical practices. Okay, fair enough. I wasn't 100% sure why you were asking with that particular phrasing, but right now I'm covering a particular set of decisions that I made, but also trying to go into some history that I think might be relevant and interesting to people who like the connections to the real world. So this wound up being kind of a point of contention amongst the Neoplatonists, but essentially it is sort of this idea of invoking the presence of some sort of, deity or some, godlike creation, and kind of making the connection with that, right? So that would be as opposed to sorry, this is tough stuff to explain. Like, again, if you are into esotericism and magic and things like this, I'm sure that quite a few people would be able to better define these things. But I think the usual contrast that is made would be sort of the miraculous sort of things, right? You're performing these great wonders. You're doing sort of these actions that I don't know, like transforming lead into gold or raising the dead or something like that. And I think that would fall under thaumaturgy. So in this case here, the idea of theurgy would be more sort of the sort of rituals that you would see usually happen in different religions. And in this case here, again, I believe it is on the Egyptian Mysteries. That's the abbreviated title that I read it as. I think Iamblichus was the one to sort of introduce that. And in fact, I believe it was no less than Porphyry, who I know best as the person writing the biography of Plotinus at the start of the Enneads. But there was an argument over this, like as to whether or not the practice of theurgy was appropriate for this philosophy, or whether or not it is, you're adding a bunch of woo-woo to this, this study, and essentially. The argument, there is actually one thing that I think is kind of an interesting argument, and I can't remember if it's Iamblichus or Proclus that makes it, but essentially they have this idea. So when you're dealing with Neoplatonism, I'm sure most people are kind of familiar with this idea of Plato, with the idea of the forms. So, and in fact, Plotinus has this really nice essay. It's the sixth Ennead in the first collection called On Beauty, and sort of you have this idea that, maybe you'll see like a beautiful person or a beautiful painting. And then the next higher understanding is appreciating that there is, this idea, there's kind of this, you're referring to this higher thing, right? That you aren't just appreciating the individual beauty of the person in front of you, but you are appreciating this common beauty that you find in all beautiful things. And of course, from that, you're then gaining a greater and higher level appreciation of, this is sort of where you start getting to the forms and things like that. And eventually this leads you to this understanding of sort of the one, the highest understanding and such. And again, particularly when you think of beauty, right, which is a thing that's just nice to think about often. And this sort of being this path towards even greater understanding where, you go from just seeing a beautiful face to, this deep understanding of the fundamental nature of reality. It makes for compelling reading. And I also particularly like that essay because it was one that I, did an essay on in my classics class. So I also happen to really like Phaedrus for Plato's dialogues, but that's a separate issue. But yeah, one of the things, while I wouldn't necessarily say, oh yeah, Neoplatonism really was onto something when they introduced theurgy, whether it was Proclus or Iamblichus, there is an interesting argument that they made where, again, if you consider Platonism to sort of be this understanding of the forms and like the highest good or whatever, or if you just think that Neoplatonism imposed that on Plato's thought, most people will sort of at least understand this idea, right? You don't just have a chair, you have the form of chair, and that the world is made of forms. And essentially he's reacting to the debate between Heraclitus and Parmenides, which is one half of the competition that Olaf mentioned. And so essentially the argument was that the reason why theurgy is appropriate in this practice is that ultimately the one is something that exists outside of reason, that the only way that the one can sort of be comprehended is actually through this mystical practice, through theurgy, through ritual. And again, I'm not going to try and discover the ancient rituals practiced, in the Roman Empire, to gain a greater understanding of the one. But I am actually, it's an unexpected argument, but it's actually one where I'm like, yeah, actually, when I think of it, right, when I'm trying to sit down and imagine an argument between two different branches of Neoplatonists to try and work out whether or not this is an appropriate practice, it does actually make its own kind of sense. But the other thing I did want to point out was I'm still not 100% sure if the reference, so like porphyrine, porphyry means purple, and I believe that I'm trying to remember exactly why porphyry was called porphyry, because like obviously you don't name your kid purple, and I can't remember if it was because it might actually have been just because he was born in Tyre, which was known for its... No, I don't think that would be it, but... Anyways, I think it was something along the lines of like his nickname was like dressed in purple, is kind of where that comes from. So again, the drawback here is that there are stones named porphyrite. There's, porphyry basically means purple. So, it's hard to know whether or not this is a reference to the thinker Porphyry, but knowing that Neoplatonism did have an influence on later esoteric traditions, and that those traditions do inform some of the research and some of the basis for the secret histories, it's also hard to argue that it's just a coincidence that, they picked porphyrine as one of the names of the inks representing the histories. So, in any case, I do need to bring this back home. What you should get out of that whole digression is there's lots of stuff to pick up on in classics if you are inclined to that type of reading. But for me, Read the First Flower was definitely a pretty easy choice for me. So the Watchman's Tree is the covenant that forbids knowledge to mortals, but permits it in the covenant houses of the tree, like Brankrug Isle. The Red Flower of Calyptra, the fire fueled by truth, was its first defense. Fire consumes knowledge, but fire also gives light. The tree is rooted in paradox. So one of the things, it's difficult to compare Heraclitus to the Milesians, like Olaf brought up in terms of Thales. because with the Milesians, you're usually getting people arguing about this like fundamental stuff. So, you've got one that's sort of saying, oh, it's water, and then no, it's air, and so on. And they have their various arguments for doing so. But it is commonly attributed to Heraclitus, whose work we don't have in full, that his fundamental element was fire. And then I think it was Empedocles who gave the four elements argument, again in response to Parmenides. I've never been able to make the link, but I do wonder if there is the story of Pentecost where the apostles wind up talking with tongues of fire. Because again, you also have things like in the beginning was the Logos, and then you've got, and usually translated as word, and then you've got Heraclitus frequently referring to his Logos, and again, it's his understanding, his knowledge, or whatever. But it just, like, that's a really tenuous link to make, and yet it's one that I've always had very hard to it's always been very hard for me to let go of that connection too. So it's one I've always been meaning to follow up on and see if there's some kind of writing on it. But the other thing that is true about Heraclitus was that even in his own time, he was called the Riddler or the Obscure. He definitely had a very high opinion of himself, a very low opinion of other scholars. Essentially wrote a whole lot of lines roughly along the lines of everybody's an idiot but me. If you just look, you'd see what was really going on. And I think a few of you who read my essays know that I am not above writing things that are maybe not immediately obvious to the reader and then complaining, bah, you all don't understand it anyway. So for me, the association with fire and knowledge and the paradox of fire consumes knowledge, but fire also gives light, this is probably to me the most Heraclitean of the first flowers. If there was going to be a flower of Calyptra, I didn't really like the black flower because it didn't offer any version of illumination. It just sort of had this idea of things that were hidden. The white flower I could see myself agreeing with under certain circumstances, but in terms of things that I connected to the most, Red the First Flower definitely made me think of Heraclitus, and so as a consequence, I wound up picking it. So there you go. Now you can all go and bug your philosophy professors for things that they're probably not interested in talking about, because classics and philosophy are two different things. I can also probably find some fragments on from Heraclitus if people are interested. Okay, I think once the the Porphyrine's done. So, all right, I clearly mislabeled. Okay, so I'm gonna try something with Bittersweet Certainty, the Newman, and we'll do a History Wax candle. No, hang on. Okay, yes, I will use a History Wax candle. All right. Yes, so the idea here was I was going to try and cycle through the lantern stuff again just to see if the Bittersweet Certainty was a useful augment. Ah, Ugalink. Okay. Hello, Hit People Guy. Doing my best. I've probably been rambling a bit. It's always hard to tell whether or not people are thoroughly bored or just don't have anything to say whenever I'm going on about weird, narrow topics that I wound up studying in school or something. But I am trying to pick on a history that I I wanted to commit. I thought I had a pretty clear idea of what I wanted to do, and then I found out that the game will actually tell you what history you are writing down. So I wanted to give myself... Okay, so it turns out Bittersweet Certainty was not at all relevant to any of those. That's interesting, and I will need to follow up on that at some point. They did. Actually, if you want to try out those new features, you can do that in the beta branch. I've not enabled that just because, you know, I tend to like using the full version of the game, not the one that's in beta. But yeah, there's definitely the Daymare update is already there. Well, thank you, Olaf, and more importantly, I appreciate that you are somebody who helps contribute to that that conversation. Obviously, that doesn't happen if that doesn't happen if I don't have willing. Well, I mean, I would. I just probably would go at a shorter pace, because obviously, if I have to introduce, first the pre-Socratics, then then who Heraclitus was. Obviously, there's a little bit less to. There's just less to discuss. Anyways, thank you. Okay, so we know that the Great Counterfeit. We're not going to get anything out of the Great Counterfeit. I don't remember if I went through the moon stuff yet. I know I need to get the health back. Actually, I can do that right now. So it is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. Let's do... I think I do want another Ichor Vitreous, so let's get that started. Or not Vitreous, Auroral. Oops. Now, I don't remember having to commit something else. So clearly I've gotten... Okay, so Sights and Sensations will do the trick as well. So I'll eventually do that twice, but I want to see if I can maybe make something happen with the Great Counterfeit. So what I'll do here, I've got a minute before I can bring back, or before I can try the nectar stuff. Actually, honestly, I don't really need to put the health in, so maybe we'll try the nectar stuff without the health, and then I'll maybe just use the renewed health to get some more beeswax. But yeah, I do want to mess around with the Great Counterfeit and see if I can get a little something extra out of that. So let's try the Altar of the Knot. So I'm just trying to figure out what would be the best option for remembrance here. It might actually be that this is just not a good combination. Well, I guess the big problem here is that I don't really have... Well, if I'm going to do this, probably the Wormwood Dream makes more sense. So yeah, the big problem here, I think, is that we don't have a lot of the intermediate ingredients. But we'll see what we can do. Oops. All right, well, I learned about Catwink. I didn't exactly need the Newman for that, but actually looks like we've got a pretty good handle on most of our moon stuff. I'd rather not have to, bring this up again, so if I can... this is an interesting one. So I'm actually going to try Hill and Hollow. Oh, I think I remember this. So yeah, I'd have to use an element of the soul. I'm not ready to give up an element of the soul just to do that, but let's see if I can try something sneaky at the... Hill and Hollow is scale and moon. Ugh. Because I don't think there's a... Like, I don't see there's a... I don't see a way for me to get the moon in here. So now I need to think about how I get the pet. Yeah, that's not going to work. Sadly, the game does not allow you to throw pets in the oubliette. Oh, but this will. Okay, so... Okay, but that still didn't cover... Wow, okay. Fair enough. It's going to be one for me to think about, I think. I don't know anything for the sand stories. Although, again, I haven't exactly been making some of the intermediate... I haven't been including some of the intermediate stuff as well. Yeah, so I think one of the big problems with this is I've tried this a couple of times without the intermediates, so I shouldn't really be expecting anything too new at this point. But the problem is, actually there's one thing I might be able to do. If I bring in the Asmiel, then again, I think I've already tried Asmiel before. Okay, well. Yeah, so we make Black Sapphire wash with the Asmiel. Which is not terrible. I mean, if I can learn how to make it, so much the better, but... let's leave that for now, but what I would like to do is try and see what I can do with the nectar. So it's not really going to matter which element of the soul we put in here. I guess I can put the Earth Sign in Great Counterfeit and Moly, maybe? Is that really the best nectar I can throw in there? It's hoping for something a little stronger than just one. Well, cuckoo honey. Hang on. Yum. That's more like it. All right. So this is the first time I've really tried experimenting with nectar, so there we go. The Sacrament Malachite. At the appropriate altar, no less. Let's just take a second here to double check. Yes, we don't have that many nectar skills, so... maybe I want to try adding the Yugal link at some point. Let me just see if that's even an option. No. So I'll have to try that at a separate point. Oh, Thyrsus Cordials will be another one I need to try. Okay. Okay, now we're one short here, so this is where I would want to hold off until I've got whatchamacallit, my health back. So what I can do here is just do a quick run using Thyrsus Cordials. I'm guessing I probably put those... Why? All right, we can try that at the kitchen range, maybe? Yeah. That's gonna get interesting. So, Thyrsus Cordials. Again, it doesn't matter what element of the soul we throw in there, and probably we can add the cuckoo. Well, actually, no, we would add the pears in this case. Okay. So the fact that we're getting this big batch of... I should actually make sure... Yeah, so it's beverage that's triggering that. The fact that we're getting a lot of this nectar information is making me feel like I haven't completely wasted my time on... Well, while we're at it, we might as well add leaves and thorns. Then I guess I'd try the Yugal link at some point. Oh, but I forgot stone stories. Yeah, just stone stories. And probably spices and sabers, maybe. Okay. So again, I am going to wait for the health just so that I can get that one extra point. But that was a pretty good little stack of details. The other thing I could imagine would be if I can find some sort of nectar that would accept something that takes nectar and wood, and I'm gonna guess that the Hall of Voices won't do that. Well, it does take fuel. I believe wood does count as fuel. All right, well, let's not stand on ceremony. In fact, that winds up giving me a bit more nectar anyway, so... we may not need to worry about the nectar at that point. Sorry, I keep forgetting the relevant... Oh, that's right. Sorry, I said I was going to try the ink as well. Okay. Good. a couple things that are maybe a little bit of a... Hang on. Yeah, so the Regensburg bomb with heart was a surprise. I think we already did spices and savors, but... Hang on, that one has 15. Okay. I think that's all the nectar. Okay, so one more round with this, but this is going to be to see if I can do something with Yugol ink, assuming I have it. If I don't, I don't think I'm going to go and go through the trouble of making some, but I also can never remember what it looks like. The one thing I potentially have got here is a pretty decent little catalog of nectar recipes. So if I get a chance to fill it out, I'd like to take it. Okay, so we've got Catwink here. Maybe I should try the Catwink with the moon stuff just to... just for completeness. Tanglebrag would actually also be a potential. Stargall, Perniculate, Nillicant, Porphyryne. I'm thinking I've already used up the Yugol, which is a bit of a shame, but again, I have to sort of pick my battles at this time of day, so I'm definitely not going to make it if I don't already have it. There it is. Okay, probably a desk is the best bet for this one. So let's take Nona's desk. I could try some kind of alchemy, but it's just as easy for me to set this all up here. So I suppose it does carry with it the risk that I'm not going to get... Like, so if Yugol winds up being a 15 input, there's maybe a worry that won't be clear, but I don't know. I'll work within the limits of what I've got. I've spent enough time on this already that I'm willing to give it like a once over, but I don't want to commit. Like, I don't want to move heaven and earth to be able to see if Yugol does the magic. Yeah, we're already far from 12 at this point, so... Although this one's kind of interesting. Like, we're at 10, but we so far seem to have failed to identify anything. So, for scholar level recipe, if I add remains... well, that's actually an easy one for us to do, so I will do... Turns out I will do one more pass with remains. Now, unfortunately, that doesn't take nectar. But the dispensary does. So, this should do the trick. Okay, once more. Actually, nah, you know what? It said remains. Let's focus on that. I was gonna say maybe I can put the. Well, yeah. You know what? The Yugol's only gonna be one point less, so. Oh, you're kidding me. There we go. I'm not expecting a miracle, but I don't think I'm losing any. Like, if this goes below 15, I'll reconsider. But for now... I am interested in seeing if I can find any new new recipes. Okay, so now we're down to 14. It did say it wanted remains from me. Okay, there we go. So this just makes the same thing we were looking for. So if we move down here, and we now replace it with the wood. Okay, so we can get the sacrament malachite from human remains. And I am going to take a second just to move back up the tree. Okay, that's 16, so I didn't need to worry about that. Basically, I'm just trying to make sure that anything that needed a 15 has it. Yeah, so we just make it there. I'm going to say that that's good enough for now. More importantly, we don't need to, excuse me. We don't need to worry about getting the health back for, to be able to make something from the Great Counterfeit. I am going to need to wait for the, I am going to need to wait for the Ichor Auroral to be able to make the Porphyrite again, but although I should be able to... We've got all... we've got all the candles. Yeah, so I guess the question is... if I'm going to use the... Well, no, maybe here's the better question. You know what? I'm making this harder than it needs to be. Just throw the Faust at it. Oh, but I don't have the... Right, I need to wait 90 seconds anyway. Okay, so yeah, the big thing here is I'm trying to make things with the Newman. But also like still make something of the day. So I guess I can wait 30 seconds or 59. Yeah, okay. I have a rough game plan. I may need to consult my spreadsheet at some point though. So the idea here is going to be that I'm going to try and get an account of the histories that would happen with the Sun Disfigured. And we'll probably need to cross into the next day anyway. So it's not a huge hardship if... Actually, here's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to wait a little while before reading the text, but I think I'm going to start looking at the different statues. And I'm pretty sure we have taken care of this floor, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with Ambrose. I'm going to read the Curia period, and then... Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure we actually went on to the Nocturnal period. But I am going to read the Curia period just for completeness. So I need Faust for the Porphyrine. The rest... I actually wrote this down. So there's a weak preference for seeing what the caves give me. So the sea caves could use Trist. Okay, actually I can use that already. Procross Sands can use Core Health, Trist, and Fet, but the more is Core, Fet, or Health. Okay, actually both of those kind of work.
I can never remember which one had the highest rows. Oh, it was preliminary meter. I don't think the intensity matters, but I'm doing it largely out of habit. Okay, so I am keeping the FOST set aside. So I'll use the Arab to read the relevant text. Yeah, okay, I think I know how I'm going to use the rest of the day. Which doesn't actually give me a whole lot for examination, but that's fine because we're working on something different. Actually, I might as well just use the Arab to examine. So investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. So we're starting with Ambrose Westcott, the first librarian of Hush House. And with 10 seconds, that gives me enough time. I'll go to Solomon Husher's desk, and we will read The Sun Disfigured. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, so yeah, the basically what I've been trying to work out here is just I want to make sure that I've still used all of my elements of the soul, but ideally I'm not going to spend too many days simply investigating alternate histories. So clearly at this point I'm not going to be able to do everything that I want. And so in this case I figured I would earn a little bit. I may actually be running this health. I don't think I'm going to be able to get another beeswax out of this. So we've got, let's say 30 seconds here. Then a minute. No. Let's try. Ambrose Westcott, this bust is cast in brass. Ambrose Westcott, the first librarian of Hush House, metallurgist, alchemist, and pyrographer. His niche says, a niche with a plaque who often purified, but was often not often pure. I should probably make a decision about whether or not I want to try and make any money at the Sweet Bones again. I think I can go without, so we will get another librarian, in this case Kitty Mazarine. Investigate this object. In this case, I'm pretty much going to I'm going to go straight into refining this into porphyrin. I'm very likely going to lose the FOST for today, but I've sort of worked myself into a corner with this Newman. With Keeper level Rose, not Sky, the Ichor Auroral is a precursor to the Great Ink Porphyrin. Okay, so Auroral Contemplation. Yeah, that's sufficient for porphyrin. Oh yeah, actually, okay, so the funny thing about this is I don't even need the Newman. I'll use it because at this point, like, what else am I going to use it for? But I need to come up with a more creative use for my Newman if this is the case. I probably should have looked into that before. Okay. So I would have liked to have made another Ichor Auroral, but again, I think I'm already down the FOST tomorrow anyway. Kitty Mazarine, this bust is carved from black limestone. The niche says, a niche with a plaque who was born of 3 nations and of none. Kitty Mazarine, second librarian, musician, composer, one-time placé, almost French, almost Spanish, or almost American. So one of the reasons why I am stocking up on the porphyrin is basically just I get to bring Numa with that, so it's an opportunity for me to just get a couple of extra advantages.
Okay, The Sun Disfigured, a scroll of anthropoderm parchment written in the golden ink called Uzult. The author of the text calls herself the Elegabline. Sometimes she seems to be Sunset Celia, the Watchman's name. Sometimes she seems to be Lady Tryphon, a Grail-long. It is unclear whether these are separate entities or the same person. It may be unclear even to the writer. The flaws in the Sun's plan are elucidated. The Sun's plan itself is never entirely clear, but it is a project of some kind to enter, possess, or surrender to the glory, the pure light above the Mansus. This book suggests the ways in which that plan might fail. Newman's The Sun's weakness. The Sun's sins and the Sun's scars are our salvation. There are histories where they will trap us, prevent us from rising to eternity. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the executioner can use it to win particular victory. Oh, so I was wrong. This actually is not at all relevant to the Twiceborn. I'll run with it anyway, but I was mistaken in it being relevant. So I guess it's just we've got the Sun's Design, Sheretic Book of Suns, and the Serpent Root are the three that are relevant to me. Like I said, we'll check out all the different Numa, but we'll again, I clearly have my preferences, so I want to explore the ones that are unique to the Twiceborn first. But I can at least make my notes. Even the Stone Gods one. So I mean, I'm just looking them up. I'm not actually going to assign them. Maybe I'm missing what you mean by even the Stone Gods one. But okay, Quartz John. One thing I failed to realize by committing so many things to investigation, I actually need to come up with a place to store it all. Well, I'll research them. I'll see what they do, but I'm not actually going like the determining a history is how you win the game, as far as I can tell. So, if I choose to write the history in which the gods from stone take their revenge, that prevents me from doing the other histories. Now, one thing that they have changed about the game is that you can actually, it's now possible to take your save and like just before you committed your history, and you can reload to that point and you can try the other ones. The game was originally set that you would lose your save. Well, you wouldn't lose your save, but basically your save would be done once you actually committed and got your ending. But a number of people were unhappy about that. So I mean, again, my feeling is that people should play games the way that they want, and if they want to grind out all of the different endings, that's their business. But to me, I really like the idea of this game being a unique journey each time, and that I'm not necessarily going to see everything. That is correct. There's 104 by my count, but I'm probably missing a couple. So in that spirit, like what my commitment is that I will do multiple endings in the game. But every time I get an ending, it will be from starting at the beginning of the game and playing it all the way through. Maybe not in as much detail as this time, but yeah, that is, to me, that is the most interesting part of the game, is sort of earning that ending each time and having the library be sort of this representation of things I was interested in at the moment. And so that's one of the reasons why I want to take these notes now, so I can get a few sketches about what is specifically most relevant and interesting to the Twiceborn, because this will probably be the one Twiceborn ending that I get for a while. Because as interesting as the Twiceborn is, obviously it's probably more interesting to try an entirely different legacy than it is to to yeah, I don't know. It's like, it's just different. It's interesting to have a different journal rather than do a different variation on the one you did last time. So the aim here is to just sort of get an idea of the ones that I can, because obviously I've made determinations already. But of the ones that I can, take a look at what's available first. And then from there, you know, I am going to commit stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms. That may mean that I can level up a few elements of the soul and maybe find out about a few more endings. I don't intend to write a comprehensive list of all the endings available, but yeah, it's this is just me getting basically I'm gleaning what I can from the hints. I also should have preserved my bittersweet certainty, but there you go. Life's full of disappointments. Let's see what I can commit here. So I'm probably short on... Actually, I don't even think I have a 10 Grail now that I think of it. Well, we'll do our best. I don't even remember which... Yeah, 23. So even if I... Oh, that's an interesting one, actually. So that one really does need determinations. Okay. So I know I can do Lantern, but I think I've got some Moth kicking around here too. Yeah, so that might be an interesting one to see. A city forever unbuilt. All right. So again, the sun's sins and the sun's scars are our salvation. There are histories where they will trap us, prevent us from rising to eternity. This history is my last and greatest work. The city so long dreamt of will never be built. The sun will not touch it. Eternity cannot take it. So we've definitely seen references to the city unbuilt before. Now again, this is not one that's specific to the Twiceborn. So, but I am curious if this is talking about the city unbuilt. Is there something that we'll learn when we try the Lantern approach? The second dawn is nigh. The sun's scars must be healed. The sun's sins must be cleansed. The new king must bring the second dawn. Now, what is interesting here is that the new king brings the second dawn, but does so without necessarily following the sun's plan. Interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna need to work out a game plan. Excuse me, in terms of learning some new recipes with Grail, Lantern, and Moth. Let's figure out some of the other things that I want to do for the day first. So let's make the most of the beehive. That has Grail. Yeah, so herbs and infusions will be the one here. Okay, next up. What do I want to do here? Honestly, at this point, probably it's better for me just to mess around with the recipes first, and then that'll free me up to use like the Whist and the Faust to do other things. Because it's not like I'm not going to be sitting and waiting for the sun's anything to learn anything new about the sun's weaknesses. So at this point, I either need to replace it with something else, or I need to use it as an input. So with that in mind, I guess we need to wait for the alchemy to finish, because that's going to most likely be my most useful Grail workbench. The rain would normally be helpful, but I don't quite see that doing anything important right now, so Should have a dedicated shelf for the porphyrine at this point. That or just move the plants. All right. So there's a few things that I want to do, but let's get our investigations for Grail out of the way first. If I can make something special with the Grail, I definitely want to do that first. If I had a beguiling melody, that would actually be interesting to... Oh, that's right. This is the one with the fabric. So unless I can come up with a clever fabric trick, I'm never actually gonna get to the next level of that. Okay, but I still want to use the glassware. Okay, resurgences and emergences. Somehow we were able to make a pale Mommet out of that. We were also able to make a flushed Mommet. Now I'm really curious how I did it. Okay. Sorry, just give me a quick second here. Okay, I'm not expecting miracles with the Witching Tisane, but at least that gives me something to get started with, unless I can somehow add the Mommet. So we should have a Witching Tisane. No, we don't have it in the Librarian's Quarters anymore. Do I have a backup in... Shame on me. There's no Witching Tisane. Alright, the Ruby Wise Ruin is a second best, I suppose. Oh, well, there you go. Sacrament Calcite for free. What the hell else would I put inside here? Probably a flower. Oh, yeah. No. Fragrant Chalice is probably a good start. Okay. I'll add the Tridesma Hira. Okay, there we go. Never hurts to just stick something in there and see if you get an unexpected result. So, all right. May want to try different combinations of things, but. Again, I don't have a Witching Tisane, and I don't particularly want to give up an element of the soul to make one. We're definitely getting some good Grail recipes out of these. Okay, interestingly enough, we don't get the sacrament from Desires and Dissolutions. Keep forgetting Pentiments and Precursors is a Grail. Now this is an interesting one. None of these are at all related to what we've got inside. So like you'll notice here, in some of these we get everything. Because we have the flower, which is the requirement for Ruby Wise Ruin, but as it turns out, Ruby Wise Ruin itself is an ingredient for the Sacrament Calcite, so we wind up learning a lot of things. But clearly not every recipe requires the Witching Tisane. And actually, you know what? I am going to do one other thing. I didn't do this the previous round, but I actually feel a little bit bad that I didn't. So I am actually going to add each of the individual skills that I can. And I realize that there are some that I've already committed to other things. But it did just occur to me because I'm still looking, like for instance, the nectars. There's a couple of cases where, or sorry, the inks. There's a few cases where I still haven't found the third recipe for a few of these, so this is probably one of the rare times I'm actually going to have a grail kicking around. So it's a little tedious, and to be honest, I don't think it's the most exciting way to find some of these recipes. When I have a particularly good combination going, I figure I'll take a minute on it. So yeah, the funny thing is the sacrament calcite is not that important for me to make right now, and so as a result, it's a little hard for me to say this is what I would like to use the Newman on. Okay, so just one more of those with moth. That should be the dispensary, I believe. This is one of the reasons I wanted to keep the tryst around. So we're short on options here. So the ideal is that the substance and matter that I use are reasonably powerful. I think the problem is that I've used up all the skin shuck mead, so the most powerful moth liquid I have is not available. Lethe will do. So yeah, remains aren't going to give me anything, but I believe the moth orchid should give me at least a start. Yeah, it's not great. I mean, but what else? What else can I really... Or actually, no, hang on. There's maybe one other. Yeah. But the moly is not a flower. Okay, we'll work with what we've got here. But I kind of need to acknowledge that I may not be... may not be getting everything. So maybe one thing I should be doing is when I make those special intermediate memories, I should be... So what I've normally done is I've waited until I get a uniquely powerful memory or something like that. So like usually a Newman, let's say. But what would make a little more sense is if I make one of those powerful intermediate elements. So Name Day Riddle would be a really good example of that. That is slightly more interesting for the purposes of exploration, because once you start getting to keeper level recipes, you need a specific ingredient as opposed to a specific type of ingredient. And the main way I was going to try and find those was by reading the books. But because I found that you get a preview of the history that you're about to write, I wanted to prioritize, committing a particular history to my journal over the alternative. Or maybe, let's say, deciding on one. Maybe I won't write it down into my journal until I'm good and ready. Because, we don't know if we'll find another Newman text, let's say. Okay, that didn't tell us anything. So, I suppose the question is, what do I want to use the sun's weakness on? Because, I mean, realistically... Nope. this wrong. It was Watchman's Paradoxes. Okay, clearly I'm missing something here. So if it wasn't Watchman's Paradoxes... I'm going nuts. Okay, Glaziery and Lightsmithing. Right. Can't be Disciplines of the Scar. Now, Watchman's Paradoxes, I can get it, but I need a large amount of Sky for it. And I didn't have Sky with those previous Newman. It's Pyroglyphics? No. Anbury and Lapidary, right. No, because that's Iotic and Xanthotic Essence. I've lost it. Okay, well, just as well that I figure this out. But I already think there's a mistake here because I'm going quite low in the list. Was it really Watchman's Paradoxes? No, hang on. I used Sights and Sensations last time. Right. Okay, let's, before I go too much further, I'm going to check my spreadsheet. I also need to plug in my laptop, so just give me a second. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to figure out what am I up against in terms of what aspects am I going to be comparing, because the rest of this is going to go into studying parts of the house. Okay, so Nock, Moon, and Moth, and that is going to be hard to work with. So... yeah, this is it. So Faust, Wistcore, Arab, Fet. I'll say the Faust is a special case, but this is what I have to work with. So we'll use the Arab to read the Serpent Root book because, you know, I want to do things like make a Witching to Sane, but that's easy enough for me to do without an Arab. Well, actually, you know what? No, I said I was going to focus on studying the busts, so let's do that first. So I remember liking the implications of this one. I am kind of curious what the histories are going to be. I do think I am going to do my earning rotation, so help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug. Not everyone here knows their letters, or add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. And the justification here is going to be that I can use that to open up the package while also going back to work. So in this case here, we'll still investigate the busts, but I'm going to have a little bit of a cycle in place to be able to renew the elements of the soul. And again, we're retracing our steps a little bit, but once we finish the staircase, I think we're going to be moving quite quickly through the other parts of the house. So, Solomon Husher. This bust is the palest white marble. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. We're also down an element of the soul because I was making the the Porphyrine. Okay. Anish with the plaque, whereof we cannot speak, thereof we must remain silent. The very Reverend Solomon Husher, 3rd librarian of Hush House. Everything is a place, everything ends. Up to the 4th librarian. So Fraser Strathcoyne, we kind of already know this one. He took the job because nobody else would do it. But I did say we were going to retrace our steps. And I think while we wait, might take the opportunity to open up the Contraband Jetsam. So Anish with a plaque, who died not, but passed within. Fraser Strathcoyne, the collector, formerly treasurer of the Curia, and briefly, in the absence of other candidates and to his annoyance, 4th librarian. Okay, I do want to read that. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters to for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. All right, let's bring back... I'm going to bring back Faust here just because that's the most useful... That's the most useful in terms of... like the things that I can do. Most of the things I want to build use Faust, and it also earns me quite a bit of money if I have nothing else to do. Okay, Serpent Root, a mass of rootstock, shiny with age but still somehow viable. Tiny spidery scratchings marked with embedded eggshell shards encode a cryptic message. Seaborn, tide-drawn, Meniscate sister, witch lover, the House of the Moon will always have its messenger, though its messenger is different each time in eye and flesh and heart. Fights, feasts, posterns, loopholes set down against the advent of eternity by powers favoring imperfection and impermanence. When eternity came into the world, certain prudent powers arranged loopholes, the House of the Moon, the persistence of possibility, the right to vengeance. In the right histories, those loopholes will open again. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is work out... So any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the Twiceborn can win a particular victory. This is... Basically, it's saying that this is a special victory for me. Now, I'm guessing I'm not going to be able to see the knock... Oh no, hang on. We were able to see the knock one before, so we should be able to see it here. So we had preliminary meter, Newman loopholes... And then the right ink. We're not touching the knock ever again. Twiceborn victory. The gods from stone will be revenged. In this history, the old exceptions will come alive, and the gods from stone pass through the loopholes to have their revenge. In that new order, I'll find my 3rd choice. I forgot to write down the... So I'm going by memory on these, but... Okay, so loopholes. In this history, the old exceptions will come alive, and the gods from stone pass through the loopholes to have their revenge. In that new order, I will find my 3rd choice. And again, I'm not not favoring the gods from stone here. I think we've already established I can't do moon, but let's give that a... We'll give that a try just to make sure. Yeah, too short. But we do know that we can handle Moth. A city forever unbuilt. Okay, now that's an interesting one because that's the same as the sun's weaknesses. I found a place of safety in a city that will never be built, a fortress of paradox. There is something kind of nice about that, but the art. So I was really into the idea of loopholes. The idea of using a trick to. Well, the shame here is that I think Knock is super cool. Like I like it a lot as an aspect, and I completely understand why Knock is being associated so much with the gods from Stone and their revenge. But like I'm very much not into this idea of the gods from Stone coming back for their revenge. So if that's the price I need to pay, then so be it. But yeah, I am kind of intrigued by the patterns that I'm seeing here. There's a side, and again, there's a side of me that likes the idea of the. So when I read loopholes on its own, I liked this idea of being able to use one of the loopholes that are sort of fundamental to creation to escape my fate. But I'm not crazy about the idea of hiding in the city forever unbuilt. And so I'm probably still leaning towards these lantern endings. Now what I can do here, let's take a second to open up the contraband. And you know what? I am going to make that Witching to Sane because I think we're at a point now. I've explored everything that I can with... I've explored everything that I can for the histories that I can currently build. So perhaps it would not be a bad idea for me to cycle through some different recipes. Now again, I still want my focus to be checking out the different librarians, but to do things off to the side, maybe I'll see what I can do using Witching to Sane as an ingredient, and sort of move on from there, iterate over all the different ingredients, and try a few different things each day based on the Newman that I have. So I do have a rainy day, so I figure I can at least make something out of that. We'll go to the kitchen. In fact, let's go down into the caves. I am actually very intrigued. For those of you who don't know them, Sweeps the Pillow Clean is a very good... I mean, they're a nice broadcaster overall, but they've been doing a wonderful job of Book of Hours. And I am rather intrigued by the fact that she really likes the Dawn Period areas, like the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. Whereas my loyalties, if I have to go to the olden days, I would probably say that, like, so basically let's cut it off at the what we're going to consider pre-baronial period. I would probably say the solar period is more interesting to me, the Church of the Unconquered Sun and all that. I'm trying to decide of the existing periods. Like the baronial period has its points of interest, but so does the Curia period. The Curia period probably has a few of my favorite figures. And the Nocturnal is just very, very interesting. And like the figures I find most interesting from Nocturnal aren't even like librarians. Man, I'm really good at finding honey right now at a time that I don't want to find honey. So I do want to spend some money to get that health back. Yeah, let's just leave this be. Okay. That's restoring what we took from the chancel. And then as we find more beeswax, we'll make more porphyrin. I used to get a lot of beeswax, and then now I'm getting more honey. At least the rain is nice to listen to. Alright, better now. So, let's get that health back. It's best when it's warm, but it'll keep. Now, we've already used up the Arab, so that's just going to be set aside for later. And because this game's a big old troll, I've got another thing to open up. A box of rarities. Something small and rare. Crack open this container. Delight in your discovery. And then we don't have any beeswax to work with, so in this case we're probably just going to use the Faust to investigate more busts, but we'll see. Again, we'll give it some time. So, and then I think this is the end of spring, so we're going to cross over into summer. I'm not too fussed about the weather. Like at this point, we're really just studying things on our own. I could also try to continue reorganizing the library. So I sort of worked out. So in this case, this was sort of the poetry, fiction, essentially the creative works, for lack of a better term. Let's take a minute here and see if I can find any more Solomon Husher or Julian Cosley texts. An account of the 5 visits of the Desert Wanderer, possibly the hour called The Vagabond to Maya, Gospel of Zacchaean, the Nazarene Messiah and his works, Nin's Cages. Now there should be another copy of that somewhere yet. So let's find a way of. Ugh. Hey, Flushed Mommet. A crimson-stained little cloth doll with merry button eyes and a frill of twitching ribbons. Better now. Okay, let's keep renewing my elements of the soul. We're not going to restore the Arab just because that doesn't necessarily make me money. And hang on a second here. Pomander. Ostergren. I thought I saw something by Ernestine Peterhans, which would have to go into the DeWolf room. Okay, let's not focus too much on that. Let's get the other work done. Obviously, I've made a mistake somewhere, so. Okay, so I don't have a book to read right now. Let's just keep focusing on the busts. So we read about Fraser Strathcoyne, now on to Natalia Brulot. This bust is cast in iron. A niche with a plaque who has denied victory, though never defeated. But yeah, the best thing I can do right now is just take a look at the books and see if there's any obvious okay, so there's a couple of Alexander Sparrow works. Natalia Brulot, 5th Librarian, Duelist, Mystic, Traveler. And William Harries. Okay. I will start reading these things out in future, but right now I'm just going to try and... Oh, hang on. In English, this title translates roughly as The Account of the Oaks, but this is Nathaniel Darcy Evers' fascinating, if haphazard, survey of the occult properties of every tree he can find, not just oaks. Now, no, that's Niels Friedrich Malsker. Sorry, different figure. Although I feel like Nathaniel Darcy Evers has come up before. All right. I think we'll just use that to look at a bust at this point. I might be able to sort of renew and make some money off of another one, but I think in this case, I don't need to get too clever. Okay, let's see the description of William Harries, the plaque who brought a key long lost. This bust is cast in highly polished bronze. William Harries, 6th Librarian, priest and Nyctodromist, whose end has always remained obscure. And the final librarian of the Curia period, Thirza Blake. Anisha the plaque who dwells still in the 3-flowered tree. Okay. Ballard Hubris. Oop. So these are all Omar the Blaze. Mistress Redflower, chemical operations favored by the House of Lancaster. Yeah, we'll leave that. The Barrow Child now. The Barrow Child was referred to in the Memory of Gods. So move that over there. Beeswax! Photographic evidence of its existence. Thirza Blake, 7th Librarian, Mistress of Woodlore, Squanderer of Fortunes, and Giver of no dams whatsoever. One of my favorite descriptions in the busts. Okay. Vincent. I could have sworn we had other... Yeah. So 3 Vincent works. Are you kidding me? Okay. Sorry, I thought something made I thought something just shut down and I was very worried for a second. Okay. Now I honestly haven't spent that much time looking at the authorship of the Tantras because I don't actually think they have authors. But I mean, again, the problem here is that I may not know because I haven't been investigating. I don't have any space to move the Perilous Imago right now. Behold, the new librarian. Okay, From History to Eternity. Doesn't necessarily say who the author is, so I can live with that. Thousand Threads, yeah. Okay, Brown Joshua, 3 and the 3. As the Sun is Chorus, Joel the Bridge. I feel like I've seen T. Everett Duplantis before, but Zautsowski appears with one of the recordings, but I don't want to get too... Oh, here we go. Another Schaller text. Okay. A couple here that are going to go... I think there's going to be a couple here that might be a bit questionable. Okay, so we had Snare of the Tree, Skin of Silver, Debellus Murorum, Dream of the Conspiracy of Locals. Yeah, actually, so Dream of Conspiracy of Local Skies, Disgraced Oracle, Damon Azanaton sifts through tall tales of Penelope of Gordian, and here we have stories brought by a white cat to Penelope of Gordian, so that actually is a very appropriate choice. I'm feeling slightly better about doing this now. Road to Janus. Okay. More Society of Noble Endeavor. Prayers. Nightingale of Lagash. Yeah, there's definitely... definitely some names I want to combine again, but I don't want to... I'm really limited in terms of space right now, so... In fact, I can help by putting the T on the shelf. Okay. I guess this was the last bit of overflow, so History of Inks. There's an Angala again. See if we can find a home for that. Now, we had a couple of... We put Nin's cages together, so we might as well complete the work. There's no way I'm going to be able to make that work. Let's say one up here. I'm guessing Wait a minute. Where did I put the Nangala? Oh, darn it. Okay, I think the Nangala of Lagash was down in this side, right? Yeah. So it looks like we have space on one of these. Okay, that gives me something to start with. So I guess the problem I'm going to run into now is, well, okay, there's there may be a problem that I need to deal with, but first of all, let's turn some beeswax into a candle. And then, let's go beekeeping. Gather in summer, honey or beeswax if I'm careful. And we do not have current affairs, so I'm expecting that there will be a new event that happens. It's always nice if there wasn't, just because that's a chance for us potentially to learn a language, but it is an opportunity for us to earn more Spintria, and of course we know later on in the season we will be able to buy another book. Now, the next challenge that I'm going to run into is... what I kind of did here was I collected a bunch of sort of fictional works. And I think the drawback now is I'm trying to think what the next logical connection would be. So, like, one obvious one would be to put a bunch of works about the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot together. But I'm figuring that that will be just a whole bunch of shelves that I put together. So what I'd sort of like to do is figure out what I want to do with this limited amount of space here. I mean, there is something kind of funny about the idea of putting the rants together. So Sunset Celia and the End of Days, an Obliviate adept identified only as Emiliano rants desperately about the part Sunset Celia played in the Intercalate as the proxy of the sun. The problem is that Sunset Celia is actually rather relevant. So I don't want to just... like, I don't want to have like a... hang on. I thought I had another Alexander Sparrow work somewhere. Yeah, I'd prefer to combine things by subject. Although maybe I can work on my Sisterhood collection if I empty out the space somewhere else. Or would I even move all of those books? Well, we'll give it a try. So let's say Book of Maya. Put it here. I suppose I should get to work on the busts. Although I guess I did say that I was going to mess around with the Witching to Saint. Yeah, before I do that, the Newman's not going to do much for me, but I did say I was going to mess around with some Grail recipes, although that's going to happen after I make the... it's going to have to wait until after I make the candle. Okay. There is definitely another... what is contained by mirrors is another Pomander work. What I want to try and do here is take the single volumes and move them to their own shelf. I am definitely thinking of a new home for my pet soon. This is not going to be easy to rearrange. Okay. Yeah, so my new overflow is oh wow, these don't even count as shelves. Okay, that's no good. These do count as shelves, but obviously I'm using them for other things right now. So desperate times call for desperate measures. We're gonna store them in the church for now. Okay, let's do some investigations while I'm at it. So, Sir David Green. And I suppose at this point I should use the Trist and the Fet because I don't see myself... Well, this is the funny thing, actually. Because the more I think of it, the more it would make sense for me to say, let's not worry about the loopholes, Newman. Let's actually make something more useful. Well, no, hang on. There is one other thing I can do. So one use I have for the Trist... So if I take the sunny, I can't take the sunny day there, but probably Natan's desk? Nope. So I'm thinking the Sacra Lamea, as soon as I'm able to work this silly business out. So combine these. I mean, if I have to, I'll use the whist. It just seems like such a shame. But essentially what I'm trying to do here is create a name day riddle so that I can see anything that would require a name day riddle as an input. We could use that. And actually, while I'm at it, I can also try and make a beguiling melody. Oh, you know what? I think if I use the piano... Yeah. Okay, so Sacra Lamea, a Trist... Do I want to use the Trist in this case, though? Maybe the Faust actually does make more sense. Yeah, so now I can make a name day riddle. So that leaves me the Trist and the Arab available. And then if I use the Fet... Oh, this is where... Yeah, this is where it goes wrong. But if we use the Quivering Double Bass instead, and I can combine that with the Fet here, I can make the Beguiling Melody. Now we're thinking with portals. All your unread books are alphabetical by title, so you can find them easier by sight, but my read books are organized by author, if one is listed, because that's how I do my library. That's wonderful that you did it that way. But keep in mind, that's how I do my stream library. My YouTube library is actually by the memory that it gives, but that's also because on my YouTube series, I'm not consulting the spreadsheet. And welcome, Tikri. It is lovely to see you as always. All right. Or maybe you didn't mean it like that's how you library as in me individually, but rather that is how libraries library, in which case my apologies for making that entirely about me. I just realized that there's probably a more accurate reading of that in terms of library practices as opposed to my practices. I'm going to feel very, very silly if I can't find enough space to move all of these books, but I feel like the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot stuff. Yeah, my bad. Sorry, it just occurred to me that I'm not investigating busts, which is what I want to do. So, David Green. We'll start with whist just because we have more than one of it. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. Also, I should make some money. There's not much work on offer in Brancrude, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Also, I will make my life so much easier if I just find a temporary place to put the water and such, so... And I'm going to put my journal in a special place because it will drive me nuts trying to find it. Okay, we will find out about David Green in a minute. So David Green, 8th librarian, a formal nocturnal branch superintendent, better known for rooting out mysteries than illuminating them. Niche with a plaque, who served 2 masters as best he could. Curious if there is an economic victory condition, like you somehow become amazingly wealthy. So I don't know if you know, there is a magnate legacy. Now I'm assuming the magnate is already quite wealthy. But yeah, the problem for me is just I've only read a handful of those histories, so it is entirely possible that there is such a victory condition. All right, let's have a chat with Brian Levinson. Investigate this object. Bust is cast from aluminum, oxidized to gray. This is actually turning out not too bad in terms of a place to store books, but I'm still going to need more. And again, this is all temporary, so I'm not going to lose my mind over this, but it is going to make life a little difficult just to find all the books. It's also a little weird to have the Tantras in the same place as the Sisterhood of the Knot, but I don't know, like, the Tantras on their own don't justify a full, sort of a full library, so. Okay, I think that's it for the church. I don't want to go too far in terms of places to store books, but this is like a good general area, so I'll make do with what I've got. Ah, okay. I didn't remember the exact text, so yeah, I would have to assume that it is possible that the magnate may have some victories related to that, but it's going to be a while before I get to play the magnate, so I can't say for sure. There is, however, an expert in chat. Take it away, Cree. You are now going to be the source of all knowledge, magnate, despite the fact you probably don't want that job. Ah, yes, that's right. Thank you. I couldn't remember the wording. Oh, this'll do. I hope I remember this place, though, because it's the Velvet. I don't, like I said, though, I don't really need that much more. Yeah. So yeah, this is going to be a complete pain to navigate when the visitor arrives, but it is going to allow me to do the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot filing, which is exactly what I want. So let's first of all just see if there's anything the first thing I want to do is see if there's anything in the overflow that's related to the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. Because at the very least, if I can get these things, if I can kind of get these things in the same area, I can sort of shuffle them around accordingly. Okay. Let's get the tantras together. Actually, you know what? I have an idea about how I'm going to do those. Okay, let me just double check that these are... Now, unfortunately, I had something about the Barrow Child, which I now lost. So I'm going to need to... We're going to need to restore that. Let's we'll at least start here, because the other possibility is that I'm actually going to find out I don't have that many works about the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot, in which case, you know, I'll just give them their own shelf, and then we can move everything else back in. Let's do Asite, Malachite. So I think Malachite. I think this is the order we have it in the house. So we've got. Actually, it's easier if I just click it here. So Malachite, Asite, and Calcite. So if we have Calcite supplication, that makes it easier. Open question as to whether or not I actually have that. But it's a start. So we've already cleared this stuff we know we're clear on. I will do one more pass. So History of Inks. Isaac of Karth's History of the Shadowless Kings, which is not Sister of the Knot, novel method for invocation and contrition, ingenious, rather beautiful techniques for entreating the names of the hours, developed by Roy Morrow, who styled herself the Sage Knight, and the Debate of Seven Cups, distillations of spirit, recorded by an alchemist who identifies himself in the foreword as but Sir Thomas Browne's reflection. And then the Burning Woman, a transcription of a play. Kind of wanted all the plays to go together, but I don't have a good combination of three, so I will accept a slight imperfection. Oh, that's no good, though. So let's move Debellus Murorum down. Oh, this is an interesting idea. What if we do these, and then I take... Now that makes me feel like there should be a third. Nope, okay. Although it does still feel better if I have the painting texts, or the Kittling books here. You know what? I think it works better if they have their own shelf. Unless, however, I want to say Debellus and Skeletons. No, but they don't make sense to go together, so. And in fact, if I wanted the plays to be all together, I would note that... actually, yeah, maybe that gets me out of the jam. So we give Kitling its own section. And then we put the plays all here. Okay, I'm getting somewhere, but now I have the trouble of saying, how do I justify these? Well, I guess the answer is I don't have to. Yeah, that works. I'm a little happier with that shelving, and then I think I've also gained space for another book. Okay, let's go back to... So we're looking for Sisterhood of the Knot text, so the other eye of the serpent. Wait, hang on, did I... Actually, this is also kind of nice too, because we've only got 4 texts, so I'm going to make an adjustment here. No, I'm not. I didn't have as much space as I thought. Okay. At least, yeah, but we've got a little bit more for our system worked out, which I'm happy with. So, right now we're going to focus on... Oh, there's the Callicite supplications. Okay, now this is kind of interesting because I haven't even filled a full shelf with Sisterhood of the Triple Knot stuff, so I am thinking that I definitely don't mind keeping things organized this way, but I think I've probably overestimated exactly how much space I need for them. So, Sunset Passages, miscellany of funerary prayers, ceremonies, and hymns of the Church of the Unconquered Sun, which was ascended into the 3rd and 4th histories. It schismed during the intercalate when the sun was divided, and has not survived as a significant force. Now, I do feel that the Church of the Unconquered Sun should be its own subject as well. Okay, here we go. Blessings and invocations of the Triple Knot recorded at a sanctuary in Cyprus, notable for its weavers, sculptors, and gardeners. Sister to the Triple Knot. There we go. Endeavor Club. Oh, there's a Tantra I forgot. Matriarch of the Well is a tough one, but I'm going to say we won't worry about that now. But yeah, so clearly I have a little bit of reorganizing to do with the arrival of the Tantras, but... seems to me like that's it. So that was a big fuss over nothing, which is fine. I mean, that just gets me started on my my new like topic oriented filing system. But I definitely need to. So maybe what I'll do here. Actually, it does make me wonder if there's room for 5. Maybe. Now I'm almost certainly going to find another. Like I'm almost certainly going to find something like against the sister to the triple knot or something, and need to refile that. But that works for me now. So the tantras all live together now, which I'm also happy about. So maybe my next focus is going to be on Church of the Unconquered Sun material, and maybe the Order Lamea. Anyways, we can unpause for a little bit. Simple and bright. All right. Need to find a new place for candles. Put it with the other flammable things. No, we can store that here. Okay, now I did want to do some things with Grail. Actually, I think I wanted to do some things with Moth first, so we'll leave that be. Oh, and apparently we did have the affair of the particular Mystique. So the Suppression Bureau, or did we... Oh yeah, no, we drew a new incident. So we've done this one before, but the Suppression Bureau has a growing interest in the recent fad for unconventional, often prophetic religious movements. No laws have been broken, nothing sinister has come to light. All these movements are comfortingly solar in nature, but there does seem to be something going on. D.I. Douglas Moore, Detective Illuminate of the Suppression Bureau, a stoic but weary fellow. His dearest wish is to move to Chingford and grow roses, but the buggers won't let him retire. A conversation with a very tired detective. All right. Lots of new churches and funny little sects out there at the moment, librarian. We don't mind when they preach virtue, take a sharp interest when they promise hidden truth, and anyone starts talking about immortality, well, we can't have that, can we? Try a book with as much mystery lantern as their lantern interest. So the only catch with the weary detective is that they don't understand a lot of languages, but fortunately, the locksmith's dream, a light through the keyhole, is sufficient. So there's laws and laws and laws. One of the laws is that there can only be so many long in the world. It's mostly much higher ranks than me enforcing that one, much higher, but I've been asked to look into it. Yeah, it's looking all a bit longer. More long means more oniric hazard, more devouring spirits running around, and sooner or later, more crime in the sky. I don't know if you know what that is. I wish I didn't. Alright, and we are going to be getting some ingredients soon. So we've got a beguiling melody. I'll be humming this for a while, and so will anyone else who happens by. So I think my best bet here... If I take the Alchemist Glassware, I can take the Arab, I can take the Beguiling Melody as a memory. Then we add the Witching Tisane. And now the trick is I gotta find the biggest Grail substance I can add. So it'd be wonderful if it was the Sacrament Calcite, but no such luck. Trying to jog my memory if there's any big Grail, but I think I'm short on Graily things, at least that meet these conditions. So a lot more January sanguinary than I thought I did. Probably my best bet here is the Fragrant Chalice, which, I mean, 8 is going to create problems, but... Okay, now that's interesting. So we're still not delivering on the Tradesma Hira. Oh, wait, we knew that, though, because it wanted the fabric. So we're going to do the usual thing here of just adding everything on the odd chance that there's a duplicate recipe that's useful. Until I see Grail, I'm not really going to pay attention, but just in, like I said, just in case. Although I guess I also did say, yeah, so this is interesting here. Although here it says we need to combine it with fabric. So I will confess, I don't know if they've changed something, and I just haven't realized, or if there's a fabric section that I've missed out on. But I'm thinking I've either wound up or I've created a set of circumstances under which for a scholar level recipe, if I hum that music to a mixture which includes a flower. Okay, so I can make a Ruby Wise Ruin, but we don't have enough to know... Well, that's fine, because we already know what the level 15 is. But yeah, so it looks like the only things that I'm missing in terms of Grail are fabric-oriented ones. So unless I find a Grail area that will take fabric, I shouldn't get too torn up about it. Yeah, so again, it could be anything down here. And I am slightly inclined to get a Newman with Grail, just to see. Okay, so nothing there's nothing earth-shaking so far out of that. I do want to mess around with the Newman loopholes. I mean, it'd be interesting to mess around with the Beguiling Melody as well, but I just don't quite see how I can make that work. So I'll wait for the name day riddle. And am I earning money, or did I... No, we've got 3 seconds, so let's wait that out. Okay. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So we'll get a whist back. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Okay. I'm also kind of conscious of the fact that I haven't... I realized that it's been slower progress today. I did want to go a bit later tonight, but I do have something that I need to be up for a bit earlier than I was expected. And they're nice enough to let me to start a bit later for me, but I don't want to completely force force the thing to work around my schedule. So I'll probably have to wrap up within the next 10 minutes or so, but let's see what we can get done with that time. I suspect quite a bit. We should at the very least be able to finish the busts. Okay, but while we do that, I also want to find more Church of the Unconquered Sun and or Sisterhood of the Notebooks. Okay, the Brian Levinson bust, niche plaque, who saw his fate and did not shirk it. Brian Levinson, 9th librarian, painter, and doctor who never returned from the Western Front. On to Serena Blackwood. I'm going to keep the Arab just in case, and I need to keep the tryst for other reasons. So Faust it is. Investigate the object. We only have one more after Serena. Yeah, let's go top to bottom, and in this case, it's Sisterhood of the Knot and Church of the Unconquered Sun. So I found the other Barrow Child work. And more beeswax. So we can put that to work right away because we know the Faust isn't actually consumed off of that. Okay. Madame E wrapped in the King. Account of Oaks, Wainscot Histories. That's from Stone. Let's reorganize that. Extinguished Heart. Division of the Sun. City Unbuilt. Hang on. Omar the Blaze, extinguishing a sacred... Yeah, but we don't know the... Or novice or apprentice at the Labyrinth of Lions. Okay. And the name day riddle. Is this a way to enter the wood? But perhaps the wood is not a suitable place for the librarian. So as far as I can tell, this is really the only intermediate moth thing that I can work with right now. So we'll see if we can make something happen with it. Let's go Trist. Now this one... Oh, actually, this is going to be one that I want to use the music with. So the upright piano is the one that I want. So the reason I want to do that is we add the name day riddle, but we can also add the Newman here. We could add the earth sign. It's not like it's really going to do anything, but... And somehow if I could add Tanglebrag, I suppose, but... Okay, now I can actually already combine an egg, so let's do that so I have the recipe. I just need to find something that will take moth or... Well, actually, this takes Grail. So surely, at this point, I just add... Yeah, there we go. Back to the main focus. So yeah, I don't really have, like, the beguiling melody here does, well, I mean, I can add it. It doesn't hurt, I suppose, but... But yeah, the main... Actually, you know what? We'll do the usual trick here. So, Tanglebrag, maybe I'll try it. That's its own beast. What I'm sort of hoping for here is to see if combining the name day riddle gives me something. And so far, no. So then the next best, of course, is to see if there is some sort of if there is some sort of like supplemental moth ingredient that I'm missing. Because so far it seems to be basically Tanglebrag and a name day riddle, but the name day riddle doesn't actually get me anything. Now I seem to recall honey and moth was actually something, so maybe I'll stop by the kitchen one more time. Seeing as I do have some honey that I can work with. I would not be surprised if the cuckoo honey was something that I could construct. Should also be a little careful in terms of the moth stuff I'm adding at this point, because it's not going to be 15. Okay, as exciting as that was, that didn't really give me anything. So, there'll be 2 alternatives here, so let's just double check what Tanglebrag is. So Tanglebrag is a thing and a material. Unfortunately, neither of those work. So again, the first trick here is to find something that takes moth and takes materials. I'm going to guess the foundry doesn't take moth. Doesn't even take materials. Alright. But they do take materials here. Actually, they take it in both slots, so Remembrance for one, Tanglebrag for the other. And we add the... I mean, the name day riddle's kind of a moot point at this point, but we'll run with it. Now, for those of you that really don't like it when I cycle through stuff like this, I am sorry to report there's going to be one more trip to the... to whatever kitchen will allow me to add honey. But what I want to do here is just sort of look at my moth, my intermediate moth stuff. Make sure that I'm not missing any like obvious improvements. Like I said, this is not my favorite way to look for stuff, but seeing as I am looking to get rid of the loopholes, this is kind of my last chance to mess around with these. The good news is I am reasonably certain honey and moth will produce at least one ingredient. Yeah, okay. So we're definitely coming up short on these. Now, the big question is, how in the world am I going to get moth involved? Let's start with resurgences and emergences. So, like, in terms of cooking, we've got the well, hang on. Does it have to be cooking? So, if we look at honey, honey is sustenance and liquid. Thing, sustenance, and liquid. Now, thing is completely irrelevant. For the dispensary, it will take a liquid. So, actually, maybe this isn't as difficult as I thought it would be. So, what we do here is we take honey. We add the loopholes. Matter doesn't matter, but we can add the moth orchid. Interest again. Once more into the breach. And again, some of these we know are not going to work, but in this case, it's just as easy for me to. There we go, Skinchuck Mead with Ilex Liminal. I have a feeling, like, if you look, this is like all of the moth. This is all of the moth. Obviously, there's a secret 15 that we haven't found here, but this is why we do. This is why we do this, because when you do find that one last, you find that one last recipe, it all sort of falls in place. Now I am intrigued by the fact that this one doesn't seem to produce... Oh, well that makes... No, it doesn't make sense actually. So we've got a 5, we've got a 10. So for some reason... Oh, the moth gold paint. Okay, I'm gonna switch things out for a second here because we should have... Okay, but the moth gold paint wasn't sufficient for the new ingredient. Well, that's... Okay, that's actually really interesting. So it makes me wonder what the ingredient is then. Something for me to think about, but we are going to focus on the task at hand. Yeah. I am expecting everything here is basically going to be skin shuck meat. So it is worth noting here, right, for all the brute forcing that I've been doing, the main ones that I'm actually getting results from are ones where I'm finally just implementing something that I've read inside of a book. And it does sort of suggest at this point that maybe my better approach would be to focus on... reading the books, not just organizing them, but actually getting through the sections that I wind up creating. Now, I'm gonna finish this off just because it lets me say a final goodbye to this stuff, and I can move on. Maybe I will make a skin shuck mead just because I can at this point, but let's make sure I've exhausted the options. Okay, so rights to the roots should do the trick. Yeah, here we go. So brew a moth liquor with the honey. But I am also conscious of the time. So I have a couple minutes left, but what I want to do to wrap up the day, first of all, I want to put the books, relevant books, on the shelves. I do, and collect my items, because there's absolutely no way I'm going to remember where I kept everything. So, but I do want to finish off the busts, because at that point we can focus our attention elsewhere. And like I said, it's possible that we actually did all of this before, but I certainly didn't remember, so I can at least say definitively we've handled all of it. So Serena Blackwood, this bust is carved from alabaster. Serena Blackwood, 10th librarian, a redoubtable scholar and administrator who quarreled with the prisoner governor and never completed her term. And I'm pretty sure the Van Loren one says that he was good at like setting up stuff that was hard to get past. I've kind of been operating on the assumption I'm probably retracing a bunch of steps that we did before, but I don't mind doing this just because, you know, again, learning things about the librarians or relearn. Like, I couldn't even tell you what the DeWolf ones say anymore. That's not the DeWolf section, by the way. This is the DeWolf section. The fact that I couldn't remember it is kind of... I mean, at that point, is it really worth... Can I really say I've done the work, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So, all right, so we got a bronze spin trio for our trouble. This is why, by the way, I'm not rushing Numa, right? Because we're doing quite well money-wise. It's better now. I think we can afford to bring back another element of the soul, even if we wind up just making some money off of it. And Gervinius Van Loren, 11th librarian of Hush House, an enigmatic recluse and reluctant ally of the Suppression Bureau, as skilled at closing ways as his predecessor Harry's was at opening them, who returned to complete what he began. Okay. So again, I am kind of conscious of the hour. I was actually hoping to go quite late tonight, but it is what it is. I think there's going to be some chairs that I need to investigate. Maybe not. Oops, put that back. Yeah, I mean, if it... Most of the things in here, if I recall correctly, are things that will be consumed. So we've got, like, the carpenter's stool, I suppose. Well, no, I've already checked that out. And we can't move the the items. Oh, that's right. White Matilda was one of them. However, we would want to go down to the bottom at the forge and move up. Although again, like we've more or less taken care of all of these areas. So what's likely going to happen here is I'm just going to go crashing through these various areas. I am going to finally double check that Terrance and Tuppence provide the same result. That'll actually be good to do during summer. Just because I can get some vegetables. Or hang on, can I? Summer and autumn, yeah. So we'll be able to feed them again. But yeah, I think for the most part, yeah, there's going to be a few items, but essentially, the last little bit of work that I'm going to need to do will be essentially White Matilda kind of marks the end of my full investigation of this area here. Again, there's a bunch of consumable stuff for us to take care of, but I'm going to leave that to the side because the consumables are things that I can like build and sort of recreate. And at some point, like I said, I do want to make sure that I'm going through the library proper. One of the reasons I've been sort of waiting on that is if I can level up a couple of skills to be able to just to be able to get all those commitments to the Tree of Wisdoms, it's going to be that much easier for me to just read through all of the books. And once I do that, then I can start leveling them up and maybe see what the different results are. I did also forget, incidentally, that I do want to get another Newman. So let me just see the time. You know what? I am already too late. I'm too late for the thing that I wanted to do, so we're not going to wrap up. We're going to go late, or later at least. I'm not going to completely blow out the time. So I just need to find something that gives me Grail. Okay, Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons. Okay. See, I gotta use the whist for that. Now, I'm not exactly looking to see what histories will come out of this, but it is an opportunity for me to see what histories come out of it. And that's going to be sort of how I approach Newman for the next little while. I don't want to go out of my way to read every Newman and every combination of sort of what can happen with them. But if I need a Newman as an input for something else, I'm definitely happy to use it. All right, another candle. I do eventually want to turn this into the Ichor. In fact, we can get a head start on that now because we've already looked at all of the... Oops, I keep forgetting. We gotta do that at the altar. Yeah, we've already looked at all of the busts. So condense into a rose fluid. I think we'll make sure that tomorrow maybe we get started. In fact, I think we've already looked at the ashes and I think maybe the spanners? Yeah, there'll probably be a few things we want to check out, but... Okay. Once we finish with the Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons, I think I'm going to do a little bit more organization in terms of the library. Now, I should have renewed the... probably should have renewed the health, but it's too late now. I can, however, renew another Faust. And I don't think I'm going to be able to use that to make... Yeah, I'm actually going to miss out on the Ichor Auroral because I won't have enough time, but maybe I'll just earn a little bit of money with it. Or, you know what? No, we can just investigate the saw. Or whatever is relevant. So I think if I do it here... Yeah, this consumes it. I think it's the same with the ashes. Yeah. I'm also pretty sure that happens with sand. Yeah. Spanners. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. I am not expecting the spanners are going to, like, blow open the lore for me or anything, but... A child's treasury of golden afternoons. Once upon a time, a very bad man encoded very bad secrets into the charming illustrations of a book of charming stories. Wake the pictures, and you will see. This book houses a Newman, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. Lord Jacob Gristwood, surgeon, ethnologist, philanthropist. There is no proof that he ever kept children in hutches beneath his bed. There is no proof he vivisected cats at dinner with his penknife. The Suppression Bureau keeps its secrets. Here's your paint, whispered the wolf to the pale girl. Here is your knife for scraping, and here is your face. So this is one I've been waiting to work with, so we'll use the Alchemist Glassware. And this is so... No, hang on. Oh, this is going to get weird. Okay, we're going to have to do 2 passes of this, I think. So... And actually, you know what? I think it is more likely... Maybe the calcite altar will help. So add the witching to Sane, and the beguiling melody. Nuts. But if I add to remembrance, there we go. Okay. That's interesting. So... Oh wait, no, that's not interesting because we know this one's looking for fabric. And you know what? We'll do the usual. So as always, there's a danger that we're missing out on the things that we're currently crafting with. Okay, that's still fabric. So this is interesting because it's undiscovered, although it may be that this... I should probably add the pale mommet somewhere. Because a couple of these should give me the recipe for the flushed mommet. Grail's going to be a bit of a weird one just because of the fact that it, like I have those fabric ones that I sort of, like, I intuitively know about, but... Oh yes, actually I should also be adding, I should try one with a flower at some point. Okay, this is a time when I would want to add even more Grail, but I don't think I have any. Okay, Diginferno, have a good good break. Yeah, this isn't that helpful at this point. So, first thing we want to do is find a... I need to find something that will accept a tool. The problem here is that that doesn't take Grail, so that's going to be a complete pain to make work. I would have been surprised if the Sacred Spring was the trick there. Now this interests me. So if we put something blank in, because we normally don't get to put something blank in here. What are some of the other things that I could add in this? I guess I don't really have any elements of the soul left to mess around with this stuff, so... Yeah, so if I'm interested in pursuing that, that's for later. Weirdly enough, I also don't think I'm going to be able to see any of the... So if I recall correctly, we weren't able to see Grail for the Sun's weakness, so we wouldn't be able to see that with the Merciless Alteration either. Why is that again? One of them is because we don't have a level 10 Grail, but I think... I don't know, that one's a weird one. And then I can't really imagine a situation where we would have the edge required because Arab only has one edge and we don't have any edge in the journal. So as it turns out, Merciless Alteration was actually a bit of a bust for us. But that's fine. I'll learn to live with it. The big challenge right now is, like, this is it in terms of me making something out of all of these items. So let's get a little more focused. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to Ava's desk again, but this time I'm actually going to add the Pale Mommet. And I'm not gonna worry about anything else. We're basically just maximizing the Grail that we put in. And this time I'm only going to focus on the Grail recipes. Yeah. So the important information I'm getting out of this is... Okay, so from Pentaments and Precursors. So we know with Beguiling Melody it says add a fabric. Desires and Dissolutions, we do have a... Yeah, okay, so we've got all the Grail for this one. Orchids and Narcotics, we have everything. Applebright Euphonies, okay. So this has a Mystery 10, but it says add a fabric. It's likewise has a 10, but fabric. Yeah, so all of this stuff is fabric related. So let's at least put this, you know, to bed as much as we can. So we've got the Loom. Now, first of all, does the Loom... Okay, so the Loom doesn't like the Merciless Alter. Ek doesn't like any of these. But maybe we can make this happen anyway. Nope, because we don't have the relevant element of this. Alright. So I hate to do this, but I am actually going to do one more check of the work areas. Okay, so that doesn't take Grail, so that doesn't work. No Grail, no Grail, no Grail, no Grail. These don't take fabric. You never know. Now, unfortunately, this doesn't take fabric, otherwise that would work. I think similarly here, doesn't take fabric, so not eligible. Doesn't take Grail, also probably doesn't take fabric, but yeah. Yeah, this is definitely looking pretty familiar, but like I said, there are so many things that I miss out on just by assuming. It doesn't hurt just to take a second to say, you know, not just does this make sense, because some of this stuff is nonsense that I'm trying, but you know, can I say for sure that this thing doesn't do the thing that I think it does? And again, like it's not the end of the world if I don't get to play around with the fabric stuff, right? Like the worst is just the recipe book has a couple of empty spots in it. And I feel a little annoyed every time I see it, but that's, you know, that is not a major hardship to deal with. But yeah, it is definitely looking like I technically haven't looked at the mirrors all that often. In fact, that gives me another way of making the microauroral. Yeah, all these other workbenches, like it completely makes sense why I haven't looked at them that often. But the main thing I'm looking at here is just, you know, is there anything that I can logically work fabric with? Now, the one thing I do think is a little weird, and I do suspect that there is a patch that might have changed this, is that if it's asking me for, like, so if it's asking me for fabric, fine. And it seems that it's not asking for woven, like it's specifically asking for fabric. So the example I would give here would be resurgences and emergences. Presumably, if I were to add... Nope, the basket of clean laundry doesn't work either. I mean, I was able to make the swaddled thunder. Where did I put that? Actually, that counts as a fabric too, but at least in this case... Yeah, actually, under warp and weft... Hang on a second. Yeah, so it doesn't care what kind it is with warp and weft, it's just about the skills that it accepts. Anyways, yeah, I'll handle that later. But as it is, like, adding the Arab is not going to add anything relevant, and if I want to somehow combine Grail here, I think the only other Grail that I have would be Sun's Weaknesses, excuse me, which do provide Moth, so that is a memory that I can use. But again, like how I get Tridesma Hydra to make the Mommet, I have absolutely no idea. What I can do, though, is I can use the Arab to examine the saw. One taste to sleep, two to wake, for what are eyelids but the skin of the eyes? Every key has its lock, Serena Blackwood once said. Sounds much grander than when we say that every spanner has its nut, but both remain true. Alright. Let's do saw. And we'll put the skin shuck mead in the pantry. I've kind of abandoned my library duties, but I do actually want to double check. Okay, that's microauroral for later. Okay, so good. I'm not expecting any of these, but I am going to double check nonetheless. Better now. So saw, eternally useful, though not for most librarians most of the time. What's tangled in these teeth? Moving on, I believe the compass, or the square rather, is the last of the items that I can investigate here. So we'll at least say that we got the foundry taken care of. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. Again, I'm expecting the candles, all of these things to go away if I examine them. So. Okay, let's double check our overflow. An account by Mistress Redflower of the alchemical operations favored by the House of Lancaster, also identified with the Sunset Road. These operations ultimately led to their victory in the War of the Roads, but are described as now debased. Mason's Pride, the Architect's Joy. The Hissing Key, an account of the ascent of the hour called the Mother of Ants by the Bossk scholar Mek of the Theban branch of the House of Leith. Victory of Crowns, erratic accounts by Arun of the hunting and consumption of supposed immortals by shadowy assassins. Book of Dissolution, Alexander Probst recovered a copy of this work from a mountain temple of in Persia. Diplomat Stanislav John Schaller. Library of a Red Long. And, oh, this is Devar Tantra. This is a tricky one, right? Because it should go with the Tantras, but it is a Schaller work as well. More importantly, I believe I have a nice balance with the No, I don't actually. Okay, well, you know what? Uh-oh. There we go. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So I got a couple things that I want to do right off the bat. I'm not too worried about Lantern right now, so we can just go straight into the Alchemist Glassware with the... So we use the Ichor Auroral in this case. And then here we use the candle. And then we go beekeeping. And what else? I guess it's examining items. Well, we'll do some work. That's always a decent idea. But I think this time, because I'm not going to focus too much on making different ingredients, right? Like I can always mess around with the various Newman. But I think right now I'm going to worry about clearing out the rooms. And that's going to involve refreshing a few of my elements of the soul. So the first thing I want to do is I want to use the Arab, the core. Oh, actually, hang on. I did say that I was going to mess around and... Right, that doesn't work. I'd at least clear out what I can as far as the fabric side goes. So let's at least get the Grail fabric. There we go. There's the Pale Mommet. Yeah, Sea Stories doesn't work. Signs and Scars doesn't work. Applebright Euphonies doesn't work. We already got everything from Orchids and Narcotics. Desires and Dissolutions doesn't work. No Pentiments and Precursors. Leaves and Thorns. Not relevant. Yeah. So, I mean... We got a couple, but I could have sworn something like the Noctonary would have been relevant here for the fabrics. But clearly not, right? Like I can keep tilting at that windmill if I want, but it's not going to change. It's not going to change how it works. Okay, so we took care of the foundry. This room was set aside for metalworking by Hendrik de Wolf. There has always been a smithy in Brandkrug village, but Hendrik wanted to make sure that he could have pistol balls cast and his prisoner shackles mended, even if the villagers were feeling rebellious. When Ambrose Westcott arrived, he had little use for shackles and less for pistols. He refurbished the place for his metallurgical experiments. A bad place to be in summer, a good one in winter. So, the kitchen has at least one item that we want to examine. So again, if we take a look at things like the grapes, consume the fruit, we don't want to do that. But I rather suspect if we examine the kitchen bowls, investigate this object, we will learn something of the nature of cake. Oops. So it'd be nice if I can start consolidating some of these books. Let's say... It's just because it is a little bit of a pain to go running all over the house trying to find them. I'm trying to maintain the order as much as I can. Now, the fact that I don't have that many books of the Church of the Unconquered Sun is a little bit of a surprise, but not a... Like, it's not a mind-blowing one, because so much of this wound up sort of being handled with, in this part of the library. In fact, if I could stick it in here, I would, but I'll settle for what I've got right now. So the next thing I might want to do would be to go by subject or go by author. So there's a bunch of ink texts, for instance. So in this case, I'm a little lucky in the sense that I've combined all the tantras, and then I said single folk songs. Okay, so we've got, Schaler's work here. So maybe one thing I can do is say, okay, all of the Nin's Cage's works, all the Nin works are going to go in one place, and sort of move on from there. It's not my favorite breakdown of the library, but I actually think that's not a bad way to sort of clear out some of the... so here we go. And clear out some of the ordering. Let's go for the... Yeah. I'll make the easier one the first entry. So yeah, what I think I'm going to do here is anything that has multiple entries from an author, we'll put in there with certain exceptions. So the Barrow Child would be a good example here. But because the Barrow Child is Ordo Lamea, I may want to leave that for later. So I'll give them their own section here. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll put that over here. There we go. Okay, I think I can unpause while I'm working on this. So Pomander's probably going to have multiple entries. I am a little surprised that Alexander Sparrow only has one entry. Nope, here we go. Priestess of the Sisterhood of the Knot. Oh, that messes up the order here. But you know what? That's not about the Sisterhood of the Knot. That is about the Thunderskin. Okay, so I think we have 3 works by Omar the Blaze. Now these don't exactly make sense. The idea that there's multiple authors doesn't really make a whole lot of sense in terms of a filing system. But the thing is, a lot of these also have very narrow like very narrow focuses in terms of their topics. So I kind of need to work with what I've got in terms of some of the topics here. Okay, I'm gonna have to do something ugly to make this work, I think. Okay, so we've got Every Flame is Fuel, a work by Omar the Blaze, initiate or craftsmaster at the Labyrinth of Lions. Omar the Blaze spent 7 years manning a lighthouse in Tyre in atonement for the extinguishing of a sacred flame. By the end of his stint, he was so terrified of fire that he could not stand to share a room with a candle. This work was written in partial penance, an early work by Omar the Blaze, a novice or apprentice of the Labyrinth of Lions. All right. So that seems like a decent little ordering of his works. So if I don't have, well, this would be Little Sophia. So we've got By Their Marks You Shall Know Them and Oblations in Iron. Unfortunately, we only have room for one. Well, that's going to happen no matter what. So I will will make it work. And then I suppose Lars Westergren. So I think Concursum Diaries would go before... I hate you. Would go before Letters from a Fugitive. So we're starting to get somewhere here, I think. Now, the funny thing here is that the Red Book of Brittany and the Black Book of Brittany would count as something by the same author. But again, that would be a subject that I would handle. So it is not yet time for cake, which is a little sad because I am feeling a bit hungry. But okay, I'm pretty sure we have examined everything in here. I will just double check that there's no special requirements. Oh, darn it. Yeah, okay, we're good here. So we'll read the kitchen description. King's Luck Pie, a beef pie with pears and cinnamon and secret ingredients, is the traditional dish of the house. It was first cooked, they say, for King Henry when, in great secrecy, on St. Piran's Day, he came to Cornwall seeking the king's metal, tin, to restore his alloy. It probably didn't happen, but the pie did. Okay, similarly with the Westcott room, which is the one we're currently filling up right now, everything here has already been examined. Abduction, salvation, now that apparently we haven't examined, although I seem to remember we did at some point. Anyways, natural candidate for Arab. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. And then I guess we're back to the Flood Gallery, which we've already... Or no, I guess we haven't looked at it from this perspective, although I do suspect there's not going to be anything new for me to check on. I think all of this will be consumed if I interact with it. Okay, let's go looking for more multiple author works. So, these are all anonymous. Don't have this overflow anymore, which is good. Signifer Burzgash. Shohai. William Midnight. Neil Verdier. Soham. Anonymous. Sorry to pause the game to do this stuff, but if I don't keep this all in mind, I am going to forget the authors. Roy Morrow. Isaac of Karth. Okay. I'll double check here, but Pomander, who I would have thought we had more than one. There are definitely a few here. So Alexander Sparrow, Madam Yee, Nathaniel Darcy Evers, Wayne Scott, Juice, Ennis Laslai. Oh, there's the other Burzgash work. Okay. I knew I wasn't going crazy. Okay, the Limian Burzgash records as prophecies of a city unbuilt and entreaties to its herald, and the Road to Janus. Limian Burzgash makes a series of prophecy regarding the initiates of the House of Silent, with intricate, if unhelpful, predictions on their passage through the house. Now, what I am going to be looking for now, is there another text that talks about the city unbuilt? Because if I do have that, I want that to be its own subject. And if it isn't, then we'll maybe see if there's anything on the Ordo Lamea. Welcome back. Okay, so again, this is about the Grove of Green Immortals, prophecies. I have a feeling that the contents of certain books will talk about the city unbuilt, but I don't think... Okay, I do think I have a few ideas about how to divide this. We are going to take one more look through... I think one thing that's also worth mentioning here is, like, none of this stuff has to be final, but it is going to be a big... Oh yeah, Naingala of Lagash needs her own shelf. Let's do that now, actually. But this is basically the way that I'm filling up a few of the way that I am filling up the shelves. Didn't I have another Alexander Probst book? Also got another Tantra. Not... Actually, no, this works. Okay. So yeah, one of the funny things about this filing system is I keep forgetting to check the actual shelves that I have. But I think we are still okay. I'm a little weirded out by the fact that there's only one Alexander Probst book. But here's what I'll do. So we'll add 9 Gala of Lagash to... Ah! I like that it's trying to be helpful, but holy crap. Okay, so... what I'll do here, because this should be the end of the multi-author section, and because Road to Janus is by Limian, now we'll take the Ordo Lamea books. Now, I don't know if there's a way for me to order the Iron Book. So Manual of the Order Lamea, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limia. In the, Roman province of Hispania Gallicaea, the manual was compiled by one Malara Yivni, who claims to have traveled to join the Ordo from the crossroads of the waters. Ah, hang on. Yep, so we've got Burzgash here, so we'll use the Silver Book as a transition. And now we've got Kurenai. Okay, so what I can do now is if I have any works on the Order Lamea, or anything by Limians, I can add those to the shelves. But let's get back to work. So we've got Abduction, Salvation, either interpretation is plausible, and the sculpture is signed SB. And I can't think of who SB might be. Oh, Serena Blackwood, of course. Okay, if I want to consider this light, what's the deal? Investigate the... yep, no, we're good to investigate. So, the Fringed Lamp. And what else do I want to do? So again, my main focus has been on repairing the library, like the ordering in terms of the library, but I think I'm actually getting close to a finishing point here. Okay, so as the sun is coursed, I'm going to definitely make sure that I include, I go by certain topics. Honey or beeswax if I'm careful. All right. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So we're going to restore the health first. Again, I don't have too much use for honey, but seeing as we know how to make skin shuck mead now, I do have uses for it. And I think as soon as this becomes available... well, unless I have... do they take liquids here? I wonder if there's a way for me to... oh wait, no, because I think... if I recall correctly, we can try with Inks of Revelation, but I think to make Porphyryne, we actually need like a lot of rows. So that would be one that I would throw Fet in. So Fet would give me 2. So I've got 4 from that. Maybe a Newman. So that would take me up to 9. And then I would need another 6. Where on earth would I get that? Yeah, I'm going to have a think about how I would wind up making Porphyryne through anything but Auroral Contemplations. Okay, let's see. Fringed Lamp, a cozy little nightlight. The base is unexpectedly heavy. Obsidian. So, moving on. I think Fringed Lamp, it's the exact same item, so I don't think there's anything else for us to examine. The Knighted Chair should take. Yep. So, The Severin Chamber. In the days of the De Wolfs, this chamber was reserved for the heir of the house, though it was originally furnished for Hafren, the woman of uncertain lineage who became Baron Walter's mother and bequeathed her unusual pale eyes and hair to Walter and his descendants. So the Flood Gallery, we have... Like, again, it's cool that we've got a bunch of different items, but all of this stuff's going to get consumed if I use it. So I think even the whale vomit. Yeah, so nothing would remain, so we will move on from there. I think we already said that the chairs were... Yeah, those were already eligible for investigation. The candles would be used. So I don't think there's anything else for us to investigate here. And I'm pretty sure we would have already looked at the Windlet Gallery. So we head back down and we start at the well. So nothing in the well. I am expecting... Yeah, no tools in here. So now we should be able to examine the Mazarine Fife, though. So we'll use some whist for that. Investigate this object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. And then we would use the lunar glow. Actually, you know what? I should have seen if... It may be that I was already able to examine that, but we do the lunar globe and possibly the... I'm suspecting all of these will be consumed, but you never know. Anyways, let's see if we can find more works on the Ordo Lamea. And actually, let's also start... I want to try and start consolidating books. How do I do this? So this is a pretty well-established I don't like that it's a well-established overflow, but it's going to be very hard to dislodge. So let's try and get these into... as many as we can into the map room. Now, here's one thing that's helpful. Medusa's Lament is actually a specific one that I want to look at, because we should have... Yeah, so the extermination of the gods who were stone, that's relevant. Maybe here. Maybe here. Okay. Again, there's like 100 other ways that I can order these books, but this is what I'm going with for now. Mysteries of Lightning, Society of Noble Endeavor. Yeah, so I have some kind of plans for some of these things, but I need to exactly work out how I'm going to structure the library around those. Okay, Those Who Do Not Sleep probably belongs alongside the Book of the the Morphe Codex. Ugh. Yeah, there's definitely a few. Hang on. Okay, good. I thought that said it was a play. Okay, I'm happy for more porphyrin, and I can make more if I want. Actually, I might as well. I don't really have any other use for it, and I can... It's a pretty easy cycle for me to just... Oop. I'm running out of space, though, so let's reorganize this room a little bit. So... move the history plant up to where I'm storing other plants. I'll move the Nillicant over here. Okay. So the hope is here that maybe we move... I mean, eventually this is going to be a room dedicated to inks. Except for, you know, this stuff that was already here. Although I guess we can already move the shell. So, little shelf. I'll do a little bit more organization as needed, but for now I'm happy to just, you know, I'll get the space for what I need, and then we'll worry about the rest later. That frees up some space for me. Okay, what else do I want to do? Well, in 0.2 seconds we'll have another item that we can investigate, and then I'll worry about organizing my library again. Mazarine Fife, whittled according to Kitty Mazarine's patient, eccentric instructions. Scrutiny to be used carefully, just in case of storms. Okay. I believe that covers this room. So the Mazarine room, Kitty's pride and the house's joy. Kitty Mazarine was better known for her vocal compositions, but she was a versatile musician, and on winter evenings she'd invite visitors and villagers alike to her recitals. So I'm going to take a look at the stuff that I think is going to expire if I use it. The chair we've already looked at, or should have already looked at. This, we can investigate this. All right, that's good to know. Well, are you not allowed to go there after all? This will be consumed. Okay, well, I wasn't quite expecting this, but yes, let us look at the Halodanthropoderm. And how am I on? Yeah, we still have time. I think I was still looking for works about the Ordo Lamea. So, I mean, one thing I could do is try and combine, like the Society of Noble Endeavor and the Obliviates. I could basically, you know, put all of the books about different societies together. That would actually also allow me to put in the, oh, here we go. Yeah, so the Barrow-Child, a nameless Gaulish adept who joined the organization identified as the Ordo Lamea, writes regretfully of the destruction of the gods who were stone, the hours who preceded humanity. 16th century translation of the Barrow-Child's account of Lagia's turn when Lagia, the queen unsated, was offered the opportunity to enter the service of the hours of the Triple Knot as long as she repudiated her brother-in-law Antaios. So, what I can do here, if I do the queen's turn... in the memory of gods. So that lets me transition into the Ivory Book. I could even use this for Church of the Unconquered Sun. Blessed by the priests of the Thunderskin in those hollows of time where the Thunderskin is honored for his work of preservation. And now we'll look at the lunar globe. Using Wist, so investigate the object. Let's get some Faust back. And then let's see if we can work the hive again. And apparently somewhere along the way I switched up Leaves and Thorns and Herbs and Infusions. Okay, this is starting to look encouraging. So yes, now the focus is going to be on secret societies. So these are... This should get its own spot. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay. I do eventually want to move on to my subjects division, but let's, again, focus on... Okay, so Society of Noble Endeavor. Again, this might be one of these cases where it turns out there aren't actually that many. All right, so what else do we have here? Order of Obliviots. Actually, with that in mind, I have no idea what happened to Sierra. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so we've got Obliviots, which would go here. I don't feel like the Unnumbered Legion or the Shadowless Kings are quite the same. Okay, here's another Endeavor Club. Oh, but the Society of Noble Endeavor may be a slightly different group. I don't know. I'm going to put this all on its own shelf just so I can... Okay, as the son of his core... Yeah, here we go. Another Obliviate. Okay, Nostorium. So if I can find more Ostorium texts, I might add that as well, and that would actually give me a separate topic. So let's just see if we have anything... up here on the Ostorium. So, I mean, the connections I'm making at this point are pretty... they're definitely pretty strained. But what I'm hoping to do now is, okay, so I've got, so I've already got Ordo Lamea. So we've got the Carbonex Schism by order, the Order of Obliviates on the brink of schism assembles in a bounce house identified only as Carbonek after the Fisher King's cast of legend. There the No and Long of the Order debate the long policy of non-involvement in matters of feather and scale. We've got Sunset Celia in the End of Days, an Obliviate adept identified only as the Emilio, rants desperately about the part Sunset Celia played in the Intercalate as proxy of the sun. It's not clear whether or not CROD, who is identified only by his initials, was in fact an initiate of the Obliviate Order of Immortal Adepts. He wrote in the 16th century after the order, if he is to be believed to pass the height of its power. So those are at least... So the... how I put it? I feel like this gives me a... Sorry, you've been close to them? I'm not sure. Sorry, be free. I'm just seeing your message now. But I'm trying to remember. So, like, the connections that I can remember. So there's, like, the House of Leith. There's the Ordo Lamea, which I've started off with. And I'm pretty sure the Ordo Lamea becomes the Obliviates. But I'm not quite sure where the House of Leith fits into all this. I guess the good news is that I don't think I have anything about the House of Leith. Anyways, let's... Oh yeah, and then the Society of Noble Endeavor. It was the the ones who brokered the truce with the Forge of Days and got Britain such appalling power. I'm trying to remember. Why am I trying to remember? Sovereigns of the Leashed Flame, I believe, is where... and weirdly enough, I don't actually think we have any direct references to them. So yeah, I think I'm going to settle for Obliviates after... I'm going to settle for Obliviates after Ordo Lamea. We'll take the Carbonex Schism immediately after, and then those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful. Oh, you know what? Okay, this is slightly breaking the order, but because I think there might be a connection between these, I will... combine them. Now again, I don't think there's a connection between these, but I at least have a Noble Endeavor text here. So let me just see. Okay. This is fine. I'm going to make this my ink shelf. Put that by the 3 and 3. That should be a topic on its own, actually.
Okay. So I'm particularly interested in any other Hostorium texts. But I think I see a way out of this. I think I see the way out of this sort of topic tangle I've gotten myself in. Okay, and we'll do one last check in the overflow, but I think it's going to have some topics that will come up later. Okay, cool. So, what I'm thinking here is that we can say if we continue on with our sort of factions theme here, so I will just stick Sunset Passages in, even though it is a single faction. I'm making a minor exception in this case just because Church of the Unconquered Sun seems like the most appropriate place to put that, because it's not quite the Abbey. Again, I maybe would have treated it differently. But what I wanted to do was take the Hostorium. So we've got techniques proposed by the Hostorium, the most inaccessible and upsetting of the libraries of the Watchman's Tree for the persistence of memory after the body is discarded. So this gives me Watchman's Tree libraries. So historical tract on the various forms of survival after death, which now lets me take the tablets, the green and white jade tablet. So supposedly copied from a tablet of green jasper, jasper tablet and white jade. So supposedly copied from a tablet of green jasper, which serves as the covenant stone for the monastery of the Fifth Cup, the token which gives that library shelter beneath the Watchman's Tree. And white jade tablet, supposedly copied from a tablet of white jade, which serves as the covenant stone of the Grove of Green Immortals, the token which gives that library shelter beneath the Watchman's Tree. So now I can focus on the different libraries, and that can be my next topic for this part of the library. So as always, we double check. Okay, good. I'm also going to move over a few of these ink texts that I've been wanting to for a while. Oh, there's only the one. All right, well, I'm also going to move over Isaac of Karth, Shadowless Kings, because there should be other Shadowless Kings texts. Let's see if I can find those. Well, that's a start. Okay, so the black and red books of Brittany would be ink texts. If I don't have anything else on if I don't have anything else on the libraries of the Watchman's Tree, I do actually have some idea. Like, again, I think, like I said, I've got a couple of ideas about how I'm going to be able to work my way out of a subject tangle. This isn't really about the Shadowless Kings, so I'm going to leave that aside. Then again, if I wanted to do specifics about the Shadowless Kings, I would have moved Ava DeWolf's. This one probably would be appropriate to put beside the Society of Noble Endeavor, but
it's not directly about it, so I'm going to leave that aside. Okay. I think that's it for libraries. I feel like there might be a couple of references that I'm missing, but I can live with what I've got here. So, I will now bring in books. So, From History to Eternity, A Contraband Manual of the Inks of Revelation. The author explains in a brief foreword that she is a high-ranking officer of an agency of the duties, and that though she supports its mission, she has concerns about the long-term consequences of its work. We've got the Black Book of Brittany, a volume of ink lore gifted to St. Brendan's by Brian of Brittany, who was made Earl of Cornwall after the Norman Conquest, and the Red Book of Brittany, a volume of ink lore gifted to St. Brendan's by Brian of Brittany, who was made Earl of Cornwall after the Norman Conquest. So we'll put those back down. I think I'll actually put those before History to Eternity. Now, I think probably given the fact that we have the Newman and what our overall goal is, I think you can make a guess why I'm putting the Branches of the Watchman's Tree beside the ink texts. But from there, I think we can actually start going for subjects. Now, the one thing that I want to do is I want to have... I would like to have topics on like the hours and everything sort of related to that to be its own... I would like that to be its own topic. Like, I'd like that to be its own sort of special place of the library where you go to find out about the really crazy stuff. So, what I am going to do, though, is I'll transition from sort of histories. So we've got Wayne Scott Histories, subtitled Stories from Behind the Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories, including battles not generally acknowledged, countries which appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner. We can put that beside Stolen Histories, The Agitator, and Pamphleteer, Alexander Sparrow inveighs against the monstrous serpents, thieves of history. So that's going to be just a sort of general history section. And what we're going to move on to now are just books on various topics. So, for instance, Honey, the Comprehensive Guide is a decent one. This also means that I want to start moving some of these things. Now, these, the Morphy Codex and Those Who Do Not Sleep, those are on hours. So that is something that I would like to have in a separate section. Maybe this Practical Guide to the Troublesome Dead. Key of Night, not quite. That might be a good history text, but... Yeah, so the problem here is that in terms of general topics, this might be a little harder. Gospel of Zacchaeus would be another good example of something like that. So we'll start with the Carishim Portolan. Actually, maybe we'll make the Shadowless Kings a similar subject. So yeah, Gospel of Zacchaeus I think counts on that. Book of Cinders definitely. Astronomy. It's a weird astronomy, but yeah, Wrapped in the King would also be an example of that. Okay, so let's maybe start with the... We'll move from some things that would count as sort of historical topics. And with that, we would go probably Shadowless Kings somewhere around here. This is, I suppose, is a history-ish kind of text. Okay, so now I would want as the sun his course. Actually, let's put that here. So this would be topics of Alexander. Okay. Catalog of Uncharted Pleasures counts for this. Maybe Kanishk at the Spider's Door. I think here we've already established that these tend to be on more mystical. So actually, Voyages of Furnisham of Oriel. Some of these are definitely a little more intense topics. Oh, Wrapped in the King is definitely one that I want to move down there. De Ratio Quercum, similar idea. Book of the Centipede is probably one I want to keep up here. De Motu Corporum Vedatorum, I think, might be one for me to move. I am happy that we're freeing up space in the... that one arguably should be a little bit closer to the ink books, but okay, let's go Wrapped in the King. Now, De Ratio Quercum. Yeah, we're getting somewhere here. Okay, so go Honey first, Book of Cinders, Catalog of Uncharted Pleasures, Exorcist's Field Manual, Codex Acephali. So this is now getting into weird stuff, right? Book of the Clean Skull. This contains accounts of enlightenments available through the gradual surgical removal of lobes of the brain. Okay, this is starting to go somewhere. So now we can do In the Mallory, a lively account of the creation of each jewel at the world's beginning. And I would have loved it if I could have gotten away with a couple more general interest topics. So I may want to bring in Pomander to serve that purpose. The other bit of good news is I might be able to start moving some of these books up. So my original plan was actually to be reading more of these rooms that I've assembled, but I don't know, like once you start organizing the library, it's very hard not to stop. So here's what I'm gonna do. Let's say anything related to the hours I'm gonna move up to the church, and specifically these are about the gods from stone. This is about the intercalate, so that might be something separate. Book of the Centipede. This is a tough one. Hello, Index Gnome. Yes, I've been working out my best organization for the library. Okay, so this stuff's definitely about the Thunderskin, so we're going to move that one up. Also, the 3 and 3, yeah. Calyptra. Should probably just read the Book of the Centipede to see the contents. Okay. I guess the big thing I can say about this is I don't necessarily hate this organization, and I have enough of a gap in what I've got here. Maybe we'll move these over to the side. It's kind of like this gap is sort of enough to show I'm still working out the order of this. But yeah, these all seem directly tied to the hours. This one, I mean, names of hours is not the same as hours, but maybe I'd put that in a similar place. Distillations of the Spirit, recorded by an alchemist who identifies himself in the foreword as but Sir Thomas Browne's reflection. So that definitely would go in this pile here. And I'm not 100% sure, but I am going to stick this one up here for now. Okay, so these ones. Book of Maya, Other Eye of the Serpent, Origins of Humanity with the Beach Crow. I don't know. Yeah, some of these are a little weird. So I'm gonna have to work those out later. But the one bit of good news is we have our room. So we've got the room with the DeWolfs. We've got our kind of multi-volume or sort of well-established. I mean, I suppose the tricky part here is when I talk about works with like multiple authors. Like we've got Nin's Cage. Like I guess there's sort of an argument that maybe these should be moved over here. I don't know. There just feels something a bit different from these multi-volume works. Oh yeah, actually, so Sisterhood of the Knot. Well, wouldn't that also be like these? So there actually is a pretty good argument that I should reorganize these. But I'll sorting all the books and yeah, I'm not looking forward to when I have to organize all my books in my apartment. But I will do it in a video game. So yeah, I think there's maybe a couple of improvements that I can make in terms of just combining, like, so maybe at this point here, especially because chronologically it does actually make sense to keep the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot before the St. Brendan's Monastery. And then the other thing that I can do is then that would allow me to stick Sunset Passages into that collection as well. But again, that's opening a whole other can of worms. I don't really want to mess with that right now. Again, I do see some sense in keeping like the combinations separate. So like Christopher Alopolis' works, Deo Reis, multiple volumes in that. as opposed to, you know, multiple works by Little Sophia, because they are different like subjects, whereas these are generally about the same thing. But yeah, at this point here, the ordering is definitely getting a bit more idiosyncratic. Oh, nice. Sounds like a fairly substantial project. Okay. But I think I've got what I needed here. So what's going to happen now is there's going to be a bit of back and forth in terms of my different... Oh, yeah, sorry. The other thing I wanted to point out. So in terms of overflow, so this overflow has been handled. I believe, yeah, we're still using this for overflow. And then we have a bit of overflow in the church. But this overflow has been handled as well. So again, we've got DeWolf's, multi-volume works, St. Brendan's, St. Brendan's, Curia, works of fiction, specifically kind of parables, plays here, art, Sister to the Triple Knot, Tantras, multiple authors for which we have multiple works. Then we go to the Ordo Lamea, House of Leith, on Church of the Unconquered Sun. Then the Ostorium, other branches in the Watchman's Tree, then specialized topics, and then we're going to figure out the rest of the library as we go. Okay, the lunar globe. It's the Earth, but silvered like the moon, unlabeled and pocked with craters. There are no cities and no nations marked, but I find one label, a speck in the Western Ocean marked noon. And that's it for the map room. So at the turn of the century, Sir David Green, 8th librarian and former Nocturnal Branch superintendent, had this room refurnished to plan his explorations to manage the operations of his many agents. I don't think there's going to be anything for us to investigate in the Violet Chamber. We've already handled the Flood Gallery, the church, and the Windlet Gallery, so that would set us down to the Kitchen Garden. And with that, I actually think it's pretty straightforward. So we will check in on Terence and Tuppence. We will... So yeah, we've got the Mask Watch clock and the Night Mirror. In fact, I'm feeling like I may have already checked those at some point. We definitely checked all of these individual items. Yeah, I am definitely duplicating a lot of work here. Oh, no, because those I could have checked without... Okay, no, we're fine. Yeah, so we've got a couple of clocks to look at. This I think we already handled. Yeah. Yeah, I think before too long we're actually going to be able to look at White Matilda and then be finished. Full steampunk. Well, I guess the big question is, what did she think when she saw the finished result? So I think this next one I will bring back, but I'll bring back so I can make some money with it. It is summer. I'm sitting on a bench outside the Sweet Bones eating crumbly cheese in nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Okay. So we already know that Terence gives me an egg, so Tuppence, the other chicken. Tuppence's most notable quality, all observers will agree, is that she is not Terence. Well, we can expect, which might be interesting, but let's talk. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. And yet another porphyryne. Alright, I'm running out of porphyryne storage. Oh, come on. And beeswax. So I think I've already used up my... Actually, I think I have a use for the Foss now that I think of it. So let's put the plants down. Oop, I'm running out of space. Yeah, there is absolutely no space for those flowers. Oh crap, I forgot about these ones. I'm probably gonna have to reorganize the library quite a bit off of that. Okay. In fact, let's, I'm gonna put the water, the pitcher, and my journal, so we'll just take all of these books. On resonance, okay, that's, so yeah, we're gonna have to add the Vincent works. Okay. It's not as bad as it seems. So what I'm gonna have to do, yeah, so this is the House of Leith one. I'm assuming I just can't. Oh, I can. All right. Well, that's nice. So move Rapton the King down here. Mostly I'm just going to try and jam in as much as I can. All right. That's actually not so bad because these are all the ink texts in one place. So the Vincent works. Move you down here. Okay, that's just silly. I don't mind. You know, I don't mind playing with the edges of the. What was the logic on this one? Oh, Barrowchild, right. Okay, that's fine. So I'm curious if I can just fit 3 in here and call it. Oh, that's nice. I mean, that's going to be a complete pain to try and get the Concursum diaries. Okay, so the Asclepian Mysteries, I'm going to put that elsewhere, because that's talking about the Mansis, which is a somewhat... That's not a just general interest topic. Well, I still have plenty of stuff to do in the game, though, so I'm not in any rush to end. Like, there's a ton of books. Like, even just in terms of books that I know from Cultist Simulator that actually aren't in my collection, I was a little surprised to find out they're not in my collection. There's still stuff in this game which I know exists and we haven't seen, so I don't know if I'll go so far as to say that I need to read every book in the game, but I'm certainly interested in being able to make as complete of a library as I can. Yeah, so that overflow could have been worse, but and actually, weirdly enough, we more or less kept. I mean, obviously, I'm abusing the shelves a little bit, but we did get to mostly keep the order that we had in mind. I don't think we'll do it this stream, but I do think I'm going to start reading. Like actually reading the order and collection of books that I have. I don't even need to necessarily do it in any particular order. Now, if I recall correctly, we should be able to make a candle and still be able to work at the Sweet Bones doing this. So, make a beeswax candle. Ooh, 1 minute. maybe I should use that to investigate something instead. Night has fallen, dawn will come. Yeah, this is definitely a time for me to... And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Cluck, cluck. Okay, and we did get a hen's egg from that. That's not a surprise, but we want to verify it nonetheless. Delicious when cooked, alarming when dropped. But that would be it for the kitchen garden. In 1652, Musgrave de Wolfe caught a traveling peddler stealing vegetables from this garden, an eccentric wanderer who went by Ricardo Milagro. Musgrave's ancestors would simply have hung the fellow, but Musgrave decreed 7 years' service in the garden instead. When the 7 years were up, Milagro had proved his worth as a gardener and chose to make Brandkrug his home. The grapevines here were planted with rootstock he carried in his pack. So yeah, again, I don't think there's much to... I don't think there's that much to investigate, so I'd love to feed the chicken, but I think that's a bad idea here. The Maskwatch clock, though... Yeah, we'll consider that. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it. So tomorrow we will use the beeswax candle to make the ichor auroral, and we will use one... Actually, I may need to use my health to guard... No! I've lost the Faust! Alright. An offer from Oriflammes. Oriflammes, established 1776, sent Science Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase the Viennese Conundra. Van Driel describes odd events in Vienna, the disappearance of children, epidemics of parasite activity, animal mutilations, nightmares of worms, the activities of a charitable organization, the New Legions, that funds the burial of the poor. She proposes peculiar connections between these activities. This only costs 2 spintria, so... I'm not expecting miracles, but it might be something that pushes me over the edge as far as leveling up certain skills go. So, Solar Altar, we will combine that with Sights and Sensations and a candle. Craft the Ichor Auroral. Let's get started on earning some money right away. And I will want to do some gardening. So I was originally going to go for the bees, but it looks like... okay. We'll start with the core here. This may be the last time I get to do it, but we'll do leaves and thorns. Gather in summer, carrots, tomatoes, marrows, and blessed onions, all the unsung heroes of the stew pot. I can also use my health to gather in summer. And then I think we keep going. I can already feed the pleading tuppence. So enjoy the sack of vegetables. Feed the beastie. Satisfy this creature's appetite. Food will make a hungry beast or a wild one cooperative. And it's a sunny day, but we're basically going to ignore that. Okay, the Maskwatch clock, reputedly crafted for the Mask of Masks during the Great Writhing. A handle that looks like a pull repeat to strike the hour again produces only a discouraging rustling sound. I'm pretty sure we've already looked at the night mirror, but again, never hurts to double check. Alright, that is it for the refectory. Here the whole curia used to meet, the librarian and the secretary solvent, vigilant, and enigmatic, sometimes even the secretary nunciant, although the duties of that office usually kept him away from the house. But there has only ever been one secretary persistent, and she has never liked to eat in company. That was in the good times of the curia's heyday. In the later years, the governor of the jail would sit at one end, the librarian at the other, and the clock would tick away the long silences between their words. We've examined everything we want to in here, so I think we're on to another clock, the daybreak clock. a particularly unrepentant example of the Rococo style of the mid-18th century. Oh, I should have used Arab. Oh well. So at this point, what I think I'm going to do is I'll push ahead through the next few rooms. Actually, one thing I can do here, I'll take the Faust and the Auroral Contemplations. We've already got the Ichor in the chancel, so we'll just move it over. Oop. Ambrose Westcott loved this clock. Most of his successors thought it was hideous, so it's been quietly shuffled from room to room where they didn't have to look at it, until it ended up here. Okay, so we've had our profitable afternoon. I will recover the Faust. That's the main reason why I do these money-making efforts, is it's just a nice little way of me... full belly makes a helpful friend. This beastie is now inclined to cooperate. But yeah, so the plan basically is we spend the money just so I get a few more kicks at the can with my Elements of the Soul. So nothing to see here, unless I want to, dissect the flowers. I don't think there's anything in the chancel for me to check out either, because I'm either going to burn or drink or otherwise examine the various fluids. Not much here. I mean, there's the beeswax candle, but we can make those on our own. Oops, get back there. We've already done the Windlet Gallery. However, I've not seen the Mop and Bucket yet. So the bell tower chair, I think we've already examined. Oh, that's interesting. Oh no, hang on, it's the ledge. So I was wondering what those were sitting on. But yeah, the Mop and Bucket I don't believe is something that I get to examine with. Nope, we could do that with. All right, so further up the tower. Now the Umbrus oil I think gets used if we. Yeah, so we will not analyze the liquid. Yeah, that covers this area here. So back down to the bottom, we've already done the garden. Nothing in this room for us to examine that we haven't already seen. The shaving mirrors, wall art, so that's been covered. The yellowing newspaper. Now this one's kind of fun. I will use the Arab with this again, just for those of you that don't know. Yellowing newspaper, it's dated the year that Hush House was abandoned. 30 seconds there. Again, we've already looked at the saw. I don't remember. I think we've already seen a hurricane lamp in, yeah, this area. Oh, no, this will be a big one for us to investigate, actually. It's still kind of fun to look at this one, though, so. But yeah, I think, so I was kind of split in terms of how I would do this, but I think I like the idea of examining all of these rooms first and then just reading through the various books. As for how I start investigating the rest of the house, I'm not 100% sure of the best way to do that. More honey. And carrots, tomatoes, marrows, and blessed onions, all the unsung heroes of the stew pot. Yeah, so this is really interesting. So the sign up here says nectar only, but it accepts a heart. I'm not going to complain about it, though. I much prefer to use heart than nectar. And maybe it's always been like that and I just haven't realized it, but... Alright, so vegetables. I'm running out of places to put honey. Okay, so we will replace what we took out of the chancel. And I think we're good there. So, nothing's history when first it happens, and we get an occult scrap from that. Secret histories are layered beneath the one we know, like notes in a rare wine. The librarian knows this well. That's persistent, so you actually get to hang on to that. Okay, but our main focus is all the stuff in the librarian's room that we weren't able to check out before. So, turns out we've actually already been able to examine these. These plants, I think, would be consumed if I looked at them. Yep. But the watering can will suffer no such fate. Investigate the object. Obviously, I'm working my way up to the interesting things, but I also have to keep in mind that I do have a text from Oriflammes that I want to read today as well. Or maybe we just leave it for the morning. It can't be that hard. I mean, I've got... Yeah, you know what? I'll probably just read it. Although, no, I won't because the day's almost done. Better now. Okay, let's let's go back to the Sweet Bones. I'll just hit it with another Faust. I'm kind of on a roll for being able to investigate the house, so watering can, good for pottering. An unexpectedly elegant swoop in the handle suggests something more exotic, and it's heavy, an unusual alloy. Taenite? Meteoric iron? Why? Okay. I guess we move on to the pale bust, the librarian's glasses, and the librarian's timepiece. Investigate the object. Pale bust, a delicate featured young, woman. An inscription reads, Abra Southey. Just trying to think whether or not I have space for the porphyrine. Yes, we do. So if we wanted, we could bring in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pneuma. Technically 7, but I want to keep some of the... I like having my collection of 5. The bust bears a slight but definite resemblance to the many depictions of the notorious Ava de Wolf, but surely Ava bore only a son, and her granddaughters died young. Librarian's glasses. They're not lenses, just plain glass, but a certain sort of visitor is disappointed by a librarian who doesn't wear glasses. Okay, more porphyrine. Now, just to be assured, I will not actually try and make 6 pneumas in a row. But again, it will be helpful for generating Spintria, and potentially also people who might teach me a language, although that would be a pretty dumb reason for me to just bring in a pneuma. Okay, so I'm going to just keep that in my inventory because we're going to read that first thing tomorrow. I am going to bring this back, but I think I'm going to bring this back for money. Of much more recent manufacture than they might appear, possibly one of Gervinius van Loren's little jokes. So we can move on to God's Return, Twin Fish Stone. Yeah, let's do the Twin Fish Stone. Investigate this object. You won't... Hang on. Yeah. The stone disc is lighter than it should be, and the surface is soapy smooth. So I'm slightly curious about this one. Right, a memorial stone preserved from Ys, the city behind the sea. So I'm actually looking forward to a couple of things we'll discover tomorrow, I think. Moore was mostly concerned that the cults might be a breeding ground for Long and so increase the incidence of the crime of the sky. Well, now I know where... How you doing, Dendrian? It is very good to see you. Were you playing Sandrock today? I was trying to get started on time, so I didn't take too much of a look at what people were playing. Okay. How are you enjoying it? For those of you who don't know him, Dendrian is a streamer I am very fond of. I found him originally through Against the Storm, but he is somebody who does variety very well, and I think in terms of some qualities, I know some people like having this channel on just for some background noise and that, and I feel like I kind of say the same thing every time Dendrian comes in, but I also know that, not everybody is hanging on every word that I say. One of the big arguments, if you like my stuff for background noise, is he does sell himself for that. But I would also say that it somewhat undersells him for the simple reason that if you take the time to talk with him, you will find somebody who is quite knowledgeable about a number of subjects and, explains and has exchanges on them well. He also has the unique position of being... There's actually now a second person who's gotten it, but Dendrian is in the unique position of being the first one to read that article about Kickstarter backers, let's say, and realize what it was actually about. I was a bit surprised that most people took that article at face value and thought I was really mad about the idea of people like backing a game and being able to write things. And suffice to say, that is not what that article is about. So yeah, but Dendrian was the one who decoded it. So kudos to him. He gets internet points. I thought I was obvious until I confronted you about it. I'm hoping it wasn't like when you say confronted, I was like, oh God, was I a real jerk about it? But no, it was just because like everyone, like the thing that was like, so you kind of know when people are being nice. They're like, oh, I never thought of it that way. I guess it is kind of bad that people are paying to write games. And I'm like, oh no. I mean, it's better than when people told me to, it's better than when people told me to send it to Chat GPT to get some writing tips. But like, it was really clear that I did not communicate what I was trying to communicate well. So as a result, I wound up asking more and more just whether or not, like, what people thought it was about, because there was the very real danger that it was being taken in a completely different way from what I had hoped. So I was delighted to find out that you got it. There's me and that old Heraclitus thinking again. Okay, let's take a look at the half-faceless face. We know we're not going to get any more offers for books, so in this case, it's time to clean out the rest of the house. Oh, and I've been watching this TV show you might be into. Have you ever heard of a little show called Succession, Dendrian? There, yes. There is maybe a character named Tom who is a marginal figure. I wouldn't pay too much attention to him. It wouldn't be the selling point, let's say. But I am told one cannot make a Tomlet without breaking a few Gregs. A soft melancholy lingers in its single eye. Why did I have... I probably should have expected that this would not explain what was going on with it. Okay, the inscribed stone, a stone tablet with rows of badly worn scratches that once probably were writing. I will say, though, actually, one of the reasons why I wasn't really re-watching Succession so much as I was watching individual scenes, and I have decided I very, very much like the way they ended it. There's sort of like the, you know, final shots of all of the characters, and that I was fine. I didn't dislike it, but like the big climax was. The more I think of it, the more I like it, and I really don't think it could have ended any other way. I don't know, the reasons why I've been watching. Like, so the big trick for me is to try and look at things like that and try and find out specifically how it works. So like, so essentially, like, if the worst thing in the world would be is like, if I had to condense this down to a 2-hour movie, what would I cut out to have that big finale have the resonance that it does? And of course the answer is it's impossible. I think there was someone who tried to do like a fan cut of Breaking Bad to turn it into a 2-hour movie, and it just fails completely. And I mean that's generally like the good TV shows, the things that we like, tend to be like that, right? They use their runtime well. It's not an excuse to keep people doing monthly subscriptions. It's actually telling a story that needs to be told over a longer time period. But with that in mind, like, it is kind of interesting to look at what scenes are essential, and particularly what scenes are essential to making that ending have the impact that it does. So, anyways, I think you've probably noticed I rather like it. Although I don't know if I ever asked your opinion of how it ended. Maybe you hated the ending. Successive librarians all failed to decipher this tablet. It might as easily be a household inventory or an invocation to a god. Natalia Brulot established a tradition that it always remain in the librarian's quarters to inspire her and her successors with humility and to illustrate the limits of knowledge. Okay. So there is a side of me that wonders if there is a way to... Like, it's a thing, so I wouldn't be able to put it in... I wouldn't be able to put it in, like, a desk to read. I don't know. Let's go... I think we are up to our last room. Oh, nope, there is the 9-wink clock. But after that, we are well and truly done the main body of Hush House. Wait Matilda, in 1093, twin infant girls were admitted to the care of the sisters here. Both were named Abbess Matilda. In 1127, the elder of the two became abbess. I'm making money now, right? No! Okay, so 2 more items, but then we're good to go. And again, the plan on this, well, first of all, we'll finish whatever we need from the Viennese Conundra. But after that, we're going to be focused on reading substantial sections of the collection, and part of that's just going to be that will be one where I probably write some notes, like digitally, just so I can have a clear idea about what I think is most important on each of those texts. I'm going to try not to take up too much time working that out. Oh, there we go. But I think it is worthwhile. According to gossip and circumstantial evidence, the Matildas were illegitimate daughters, of Gunhild, daughter of King Harold, and a brother of the Earl of Cornwall, though which brother is a particularly murky question. Okay. Sorry, a minute here. Sort of created a bit of a dilemma for myself with the hour at which I'm doing all of this, so I'm just setting up a couple of things for tomorrow to make sure I'm not too tired. Okay, so we move on to the 9-wink clock. Now, one potential problem here is that I've spent all this time investigating parts of the house, and I may not have enough left over to be able to level up the thing that I need. The most effective and irrefutable alarm clock ever to grace the house. But I think it's worth it. Like, so, again, just for a reminder here, like, what we have accomplished now is basically everything in this box has been investigated. Now, it doesn't mean that, like, there might be other times that I want to reinvestigate things. But what the plan will be, so at some point when I get an opportunity, I'm going to sort of investigate this side. I might even mess around with the cage just so I can reset its aspects. But essentially, what I'll have here is I'll have the freedom to kind of read as many books as I can, and then hopefully we'll be able to start, committing more elements of the soul and such. So, anyways, the Viennese Conundra. Van Driel describes odd events in Vienna: the disappearance of children, epidemics of parasite activity, animal mutilations, nightmares of worms, the activities of a charitable organization, the New Legions, that funds the burial of the poor. She proposes peculiar connections between these activities. Hello, Winter Monarch. How are you doing? When the individual K attends the meetings, black dogs are sacrificed and quartered. When the element M is in attendance, black mares are found with their throats slashed. I propose that these sacrifices are not necessary, but that our Legion friends may consider them fitting. Herewith, diagrams of the mutilations. Medusa's riddle, then, I choose to render as what is not seen. There's another riddle, one I have heard rendered as what may be lost. I will delineate some of the historic attempts to answer it. These are, in themselves, in some sense, sacrifices. So we got fear. I'm going to add that to the list. And wolf stories. That's huge for us. Sorry, just a second. The reason I'm excited about that is that is going to be unlocking some more of the Tree of Wisdoms for us. Not fully, but like it's helping me out on something that is proven to be a little bit of an annoyance. Doing quite well, Winter Monarch. I'm streaming later than I had planned, but I'm happy to with this game because it's a very good game. Okay. So this is one of those rare times I'm actually going to bring back a tryst. So it's summer and I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. So for the Viennese Conundra, I think probably that would count as some of our strange history. So let's stick that one. I guess we move in the Mallory over here. Yeah, I'm gonna need to. I'm gonna need to make some choices on these soon, I think. Let's actually work this out now, because it's occurred to me at this point I am actually going to need to find another wing of the library. So distillations of the spirits. Move Codex Acephali over, and then Voyages of Furnishing of Oriol. So move on imperfections. I think I will put that in the general knowledge. Okay, this is about a name, so I'm going to move this up with these ones for now. I don't know, Mansa stuff I might want to put up into its own area as well. Which are my favorite elements of the soul? Probably Faust and Shapt, given that those are... Sorry, just a second here. 5 Visits of the Desert. Okay, that's definitely an hour's text, so we put that up here. But yeah, I'm a big Lantern fan, and of the new, I will not call them principles, but let's say the aspects. I think Sky is also very interesting. So the Foss is a really obvious one for me. Shapt also, I mean, eloquence and understanding. The door opens both ways. That's hard for me not to say that. But what about yourself? Do you have a favorite or favorite pair of elements of the soul? I think we've got a couple of Arab fans in here. Trying to think if anybody else. I don't know. If anybody who wants to participate in a personality test, feel free to. Okay. Starting to feel a little less comfortable with some of the choices I'm making with these, but I can see these are more sort of prophecies and mystical works. Actually, this works out rather well. Okay, so like, let's say that this is the proper... This whole section here, plus the DeWolf room and the area here. So this is sort of the library proper. So now I want to think about where do I put all the really cool stuff about the hours and such. So I could actually put them up in the chapter house and the solarium. I could put them in the Kukerbit. I'm really looking for something with quite a few shelves, though. I mean, the church isn't the worst place to keep this stuff. So Winter Monarch likes Whist and Arab. Nearly Logical's on Team Faust as well, but your nickname betrays that. Well, I would say it betrays the Whist, at least. Okay, so here's what I think I'm going to do. Let's go Mansus and Origins of Humanity first. Okay, so names are not as big as ours. All right, Calyptra and Chancel and Calyptra. Those would be fairly deep, I think. Prophecy of the Division of the Sun. Okay, that's fine. That one can go down here. Okay, Thunderskin. Formulate instructions for invoking Moth Lantern, exceptionally paradoxically, the liminal and theoretical hour called the Chandler. Origins of hours. The sage and ecstatic Soham, a frequent visitor to the Mansus, claimed to have discoursed with the beach crow in person. Soham later insisted on sky burial. Sevenfold slaying of the seven coiled. We should probably start. Yeah. Okay, yes. So here we go. So, now I think I've got it. So, 5 creations. The itinerant scholar Shohai debated 5 possible origins for humanity with a hooded figure since claimed to be the beach crow. Shohai later claimed that all these accounts had proven false, but the debate was nevertheless recorded. Why? True and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house, descriptions of the Asclepian mysteries, reproduced by one Riley Gressa from supposedly a much older text. It's unlikely to be genuine, but it makes reference to the house without walls and its wood right there in the prologue. A novel method for the invocation and contrition, and ingenious and rather beautiful techniques for entreating the names of the hours developed by Roy Morrow, who styled himself as the Sage Knight. Okay, so then we move on to... Oh, actually, I want Origins of Hours first, so... I cannot believe that I got 4 texts there. I'm never going to be able to do that again. So then we do Origins of Hours. The sage and ecstatic Soham, a frequent visitor to the Mansis, claimed to have discoursed with the Beach Crow in person. Soham later insisted on sky burial. Let me just make sure that I've got this. Nope. I got that wrong. There was a book about a name. So that should go over here. Okay. So then, of course, we have the gods from stone and their death. So the priest Jusei celebrates the extirpation of the gods who were stone, those hours who preceded humanity. On the death of the hour called Seven Coils, the father of the mother, sevenfold slaying of the seven coiled, an account of the destruction of a primeval hour, a god who was stone. Hisinki, an account of the ascent of the hour called the Mother of Ants by the Bossk scholar Mek of the Theban branch of the House of Leith. So this is, well, if you're familiar with the lore of the game, you will know that, so the Colonel was the one to slay the seven coiled, but these things are related to the Mother of Ants, let's say. The Morphe Codex, the priestesses of the Sister of the Knot, claims to have discerned the true meaning of the Thunderskin's birth, so we're on to the Thunderskin. The Mystic Broadnax discusses the origins of the Sister and Witch and of the Thunderskin, so related. The fate supplications of the matriarch of the well recorded in darkness by her weavers and her daughters. So I could be wrong in identifying the matriarch of the well, but I'm going to put that among the hours. An account of the 5 visits of the desert wanderer, possibly an hour called the Vagabond to the city Maya. She begins as a delighted child, perhaps even immortal, but things then go badly. The 3 and the 3, Vatican manuscript, a church-authorized version of an older text. This book describes the chancel and the calyptra, 2 triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has clearly been reworked to fit church doctrine. So this is one of these things where we're dealing with maybe even more powerful or deeper secrets. I mean, it would be fun to just put that book in the chancel, but... And then what does not bark? Well, related to Chancel and Calyptra, right? Alexander Propst writes, warily of Calyptra, a law, principle, or society which prevents the dissemination of dangerous knowledge. And then finally, the Chandler's Wish, formula and instructions invoking Moth Lantern, and exceptionally, paradoxically, the liminal and theoretical hour called the Chandler. The author is anonymous, admitting only that they are one who is not yet nameless. So this deals with hours that are not yet hours. So we'll put that at the high end of intense topics. This is the limited access part of the library, let's say. So at this point, we are ready to read a whole heck of a lot of books. And honestly, the best way to do it, I think we start with the DeWolf section. Although, maybe we will wait until we have our tryst, just so I can level up wolf stories. 9-Wink Clock, the most effective and irrefutable alarm clock ever to grace the house. The alarm can only be switched off with a particular rotation of the key. Lazier librarians have found it easier to just let the thing run down. So for wolf stories, this will eventually be level 2, but it's already on the threshold there. So it needs moon or scale. We'll get the scale from fear, but we do need the tryst or the health to be able to level it up. Yeah, it does work out kind of nicely because we've got 4 books in this section here, so we'll be able to read Musgrave sketches up to the Journal of Thomas DeWolf in our first go. I may wind up doing that next stream because it would be kind of nice to record all of the information. And I mean, the point of reading these in collection is hopefully that reading everything in close proximity will give me more more information than just reading these things in isolation. I don't know, but we'll see. Then again, like, what else am I going to do with the elements of the soul, right? So maybe we'll make an exception in this case. So we will now take our wolf stories. So if we add the tryst and the fear, there is always more to learn. So the reason why, again, this is an exciting one for me is that we take a look at what we've got in terms of the Tree of Wisdoms. Now, Pearl and Tide uses Bosk or Nyctodromi, so unfortunately we've already put something into Nyctodromi, but Bosk is free. So the reason why I want to have these go up to level 2 is so that I can read all of the descriptions and basically decide which ones do I prefer, which ones do I prefer in which sections. So that's the logic. Now that we're committing that, let's get down to business. So, Musgrave sketches. I should have done this differently, but Hunting Journal of Brian DeWolf. Journal of Walter DeWolf. And Journal of Thomas DeWolf. I think this order might be a little messed up. Would not be the first time that the game has quietly reshelved things on me, but... Okay. Is it possible to accidentally soft lock yourself out of the Tree of Wisdoms? How do you mean? I mean, so the only, like, there are far more empty slots in the Tree of Wisdoms than there are skills in the game, including the languages. So now, with that in mind, this is definitely a game that has absolutely no qualms with giving you choices that have consequences. So once you commit something to the Tree of Wisdoms, it's committed, and you may find that it is quite difficult to do some of the things that you wanted to do. But in the sense of, could you find yourself in a situation where it is not possible to commit, to a higher level if you have a skill? I mean, I suppose if you are particularly unlucky with books, this is less of a, let's say that this is less of a, how do I put it? I mean, soft lock means something specific, right? Soft lock basically means that it's unintentional and that you are not able to progress in the game. So first of all, I guess beyond being able to level up a skill to level 9, well, even then, I guess you could level up your... So, I mean, you have to level your skills and or elements of the soul to a certain point to be able to establish a history. And again, you don't have to establish a history to win the game, so even then, that's really not a soft lock. But yeah, I mean, so like, I guess basically because the Tree of Wisdoms is not a necessary condition for getting a victory, I don't think it would be appropriate to say soft lock at all. But I get that people like say soft lock and they mean something other than like, I can't win the game. So the thing is that the way that this game works with leveling up skills, as long as you have a lesson with aspect that is, or an aspect that is relevant to the thing you want to level up, you are pretty much always going to be able to create a batch of memories that you can use to get it even higher. Now, so let's use Ericapean as an example here. So Ericapean, I have to pick between Illumination. Oh, does it not say what the other one was? Okay, well, maybe something I haven't committed then. So Crack Track, we committed that. Back. Sabazine. So I'm going to have to pick between Birdsong and Horamachistry for Sabazine. I haven't made a decision yet, but I'm going to have to pick one of these. But the thing is that when you look at this, the first thing you think is like, okay, so I'm just going to have to pick, a succession of skills that, will get me up to level 9. But that's not actually true. What you can do, so if I wanted to, let's say I wanted to go, I like Illumination, right? So let's say I wanted the shortest distance to Illumination. What I could do Illumination 1, Illumination 2, and then at this point I get a choice. I could maybe do Illumination 3, Hushery 4, 5, 6, then go up to Illumination 7, 8, 9, right? And you can actually do that traversal all sorts of places. So for instance, let's say I said, okay, well I mainline, or actually, yeah, maybe I do the jumping around. So from there, in terms of Hushery, I would only need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to be able to level that up, as opposed to the 9. I would also alternatively just be able to work Nyctodromy, so I wouldn't go from Illumination. Maybe I work from Nyctodromy up Hushery, then into Illumination. That would be a viable option. One that's kind of interesting here would be Bosk, because from Bosk you can go from Crack Track to Bosk, then back to Preservation. And so in this case here, right, I don't know if there is a special thing you get for level 9. I seem to recall there was something actually related to win conditions at level 9, but in this case here, this is really just about what slots you want to put things in. And you don't have to mainline it down. In fact, I would argue you probably don't even need to get them to that high of a level, depending on what you want to do with all of it. So the challenge here, right, is because the books are technically randomly generated, and because, you can put yourself in situations where you just hoard all of your persistent memories until Numa to have them vanish, and then you're like, oh, okay, it's really, really hard now to level up these skills. I would argue that probably the player's patience is exhausted more so than getting to a point where they genuinely are not at a point where they can generate any more persistent memories. So again, the difficulty here is that when people say terms like soft lock, you are dealing with sort of the existence of something in all possible worlds. So I suspect there are... Well, I know for a fact there is a way you can legitimately soft lock yourself, and the game warns you about it, and that is destroying your journal. If you destroy your journal, it is impossible to win the game. But in the sense that, you could probably turn this game on, and you could read all of the books, and you can let Numa come by and wash away your lessons for particular skills. And if you do that enough times, you'll probably run out of books in the game, at which point you don't have any skills. At that point, it's like, okay, well, you've quote-unquote soft-locked yourself out of the Tree of Wisdoms, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't win the game, because the Tree of Wisdoms isn't actually the thing that's going to decide whether or not you can make it to the U Tree. So yeah, that's I'm sorry to be all over the place in terms of that answer, but it's just if it's a question of difficulty, that's going to be that's going to rely, basically that's going to depend on who's playing the game. Like some people think the game as it's currently made is too hard. There are some people who think the game's too easy, right? You're never going to satisfy people on that spectrum, or everyone on that spectrum. But yeah, specifically to the question of like, can you get yourself in a tough spot on the Tree of Wisdoms? There are easier and more difficult paths you can take through the Tree of Wisdoms, but ultimately the Tree of Wisdoms, I notice this a lot on the YouTube comments. There are people who have very strong opinions about the right way to go through the Tree of Wisdoms. And I feel that most of the time that I see those comments, they completely fail to appreciate that there are actually very different and meaningful differences in terms of certain principles and ideas that are considered primary by committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms. And if you care about the story of the game, and if you care about the world of the secret histories, you are invested in some of those particular outcomes. What happened, Be Free Fools? So like with that in mind, if you're into like the lore stuff, you care a lot about the paths you can take through the Tree of Wisdoms, because you want to make sure that you are able to put everything in its proper place and achieve the sorts of understanding that you think is consistent with the way it should be. But yeah, it's, again, like I can tell you from the number of people who tell me that I'm playing the game wrong, that there are a lot of people who find it very easy to traverse the Tree of Wisdoms. And Nearly Logical had really bad luck with books once as you were able to climb into a history at a very low skill level. It's just a tougher puzzle. Yeah, I mean, like I know for a fact I did do that like commitment to the glass blowing and vessel crafting to get the Whist, but I know I could have unlocked the entire house without committing anything to the Tree of Wisdoms. I don't think I would be able to. I don't think I would be able to write a history without committing something to the Tree of Wisdoms. Actually, hang on. Let me think that through. I need to think about it, but have a good one, Vanguard Master. Am I looking for a specific story or narrative with the TOW? I'm not sure what you mean by TOW. Are you talking about the Twiceborn? I have a pretty good idea about the ending that I want, but it may be that there are texts that I've not yet picked up yet with histories, so I've not yet written a history in the Tree of Wisdom. Yes, I have very strong opinions about the things that I want committed in the Tree of Wisdoms. It's one of the reasons why I'm holding back on some of these. So for instance, I think I actually already did this, but yeah, pretty much anything that talks about the gods from stone having their revenge gets booted. Yeah, no, it's they're most of them are just outright contradictory outcome. And again, it's like, so I'm sorry that the interview isn't online. So I did email Weather Factory. I haven't gotten a reply back, and I don't want to put that on. So the thing is, I should have asked ahead of time if it was okay for me to upload that, and they are obviously very, very busy. So like, please, that is on me that is not available. But I think it is also decent if when you have something that's not just a recording of you, to ask the other person, hey, is it okay for me to put this online and, make a bit of revenue off of it? But this actually came up. And I'm actually happy to say that Alexis was a little bit happy when I mentioned that I read and cared about this is totally in the wrong order. read and cared about agonized even over the different elements of the soul, or sorry, the different entries in the Tree of Wisdoms. Okay. The Journal of Thomas de Wolf. Thomas de Wolf, 2nd Baron Brankrug, was nicknamed Baron Silence of Castle Silence for his taciturn severity, most likely the origin, eventually, of the name Hush House. There are very few personal details here. Thomas, a talented astronomer and aeronoscopist, dispassionately details his observations and the building of the observatory atop the Watchman's Tower. As he records the passing of the Great Comet in 1576, the tone finally becomes more animated, but also more obscure. Thomas cites his dawn period namesake, Abbot Thomas, as an authority on wind, moon, and shell in the heavens inferior. He observes, "My predecessor knew this truth. 3 blossoms hath the watchman's tree, paper, ink, and flame. The great comet I now aver is that flame." Okay, so that's the big thing that I want to record down here. I'm actually just going to open a Word document because I pay for Office. So yeah, sorry, I'm just taking the time here to write my notes for each of these items. So what I just wrote here: Journal of Thomas de Wolf, 2nd Baron Brankrug, named after Abbot Thomas, an authority on wind, moon, and shell in the heavens inferior. Abbot Thomas knows 3 blossoms hath the watchman's tree, paper, ink, and flame. The Great Comet, note, Great Comet in 1576, observed just after building the observatory, I now aver is that flame. So technically we don't know what the paper and ink are, although I would assume paper is the white flower and ink is the black flower. And I did try to put this stuff in chronologically. Have a good one, Dendrian. I gotta go to bed soon myself. Okay, Musgrave is 4th, so we'll skip over that for now. Walter is 3rd. So Walter de Wolf, 3rd Baron Brankrug, was grandson of Thomas, son of the disgraced Giles, who eloped with Pale Halfren. The de Wolf line might have ended there if Seneschal Ernestine, by then over 80, had not managed to reconcile Thomas with the dying Giles. Walter, though nominally siding with the parliamentarians, manages to stay out of the war, but in 1642 his son Brian runs away on the night of his 16th birthday to join the royalist army. He is captured and returned to his father, who pleads for his mercy and gives his parole for his son's good behavior. In 1648, Brian runs away again to join a royalist uprising. Walter writes of news that Brian has been seen on the field of battle at Gare Camp, but that his fate is yet unknown. Walter writes one last entry about his fear for his son and the future of his family. There the journal ends, but an extensive account of Walter's collaboration with the architect Gregory Wheelock includes usefully esoteric information. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I had a small suspicion on that, but I didn't want to speak with authority. So this one's not quite as clear here. So like what's interesting about it. So I will note the years that his son ran off just in case. So 42 and 48. Okay, yeah, that's right, because determinations add to the... But I keep forgetting about those. So 2 from determination, 3 from the soul, 5 from Newman. No, but here's the thing. So... Oh, that's right. No, sorry. I'm a complete idiot. So I was saying is like, but how do you get the skill to level 9? Because you can... As I know, you can level up skills without committing them to the Tree of Wisdom. That was where I was getting... That was where I was getting screwed up. But yes, so you can do the history without committing to the Tree of Wisdoms. That should have been obvious. You can't do it without getting skills though. Without getting skills. So if you just sit and let the persistent memories go away, you're locking yourself out. But I know people think it's funny to sass the streamer, but it's actually really frustrating and it makes me feel like I've wasted the time streaming. Okay, so we had Musgrave, who is the 4th, and... Wait a minute, am I missing a... Oh, yeah, no, here we go. So Brian did not actually inherit the house. No, it wasn't nearly No, that wasn't nearly logical. I'll name names if I have to, but I was hoping that it would be obvious. Brian de Wolf, son of the 3rd Baron Brankrug, gives advice on hunting in the Bounds. It is clear from Brian's journals that he sought unorthodox trophies and put them to unorthodox uses. He was in fact hanged as a witch at the age of 24 and never inherited the estate. Brian describes how a sky-inspired fife can be prepared using these fur and feathers techniques in the presence of greater sky aspect to make the winds good neighbors. It's a powerful technique to be described so casually. Brian's main interest seems to be ensuring good weather for his hunts. All right. So it is interesting to note that he's hanged as a witch. But no, nearly logical. I think it's especially important that people who shouldn't be worrying about it. I appreciate that you took the time to put that together, and I agree completely with you. I made a mistake on I appreciate that you took the time to do that, especially because I was clearly not thinking straight when thinking that, not appreciating there's a difference between committing a skill to the Tree of Wisdoms and earning it. I guess, shame on me for streaming for 7 hours and not being on top of things. Be Brieffuls, what exactly did you mean by what you wrote? Brian describes how sky-inspired fife can be prepared using these furs and feathers techniques in the presence of greater sky aspect to make the winds good neighbors. It's a powerful technique to be described so casually. So... Okay, sure. You clearly were not intending to be disrespectful when you wrote JFC and Jeebus, right? Was it worth it? Musgrave, 4th Baron Brandkrug, was widely mocked as the Bleeding Baron in The Lamb de Wolf, but these sketches reveal a complex, somber inner life. Art begins in colors, grows dappled, finally is either mostly darkness or mostly light. Cool. I really, really, really don't ever want to have this conversation again. Art begins in colors, grows dappled, finally is either mostly darkness or mostly light. Musgrave discusses the temptation of the perfectly minimal palest painting. He so far has managed to resist this temptation, but does guiltily describe success in using sights and sensations with winter aspect to create first a chilly elixir from flowers, which he believes he can refine further into a final pigment. So unfortunately, this stuff just seems to be sort of rote recipes. Okay, so what I've written for that, Musgrave says, so Hunting Journals of Brian DeWolf, I just wrote Brian hanged as a witch at age 24, sky-inspired fief with high sky aspect, recipe which I'm not 100% clear on. And then Musgrave Sketchins, 4th Baron Brandkrug references to the palest painting, describes recipe for chili elixir from flowers using sights and sensations and winter aspect, which can be further refined into final pigment, reference to creating Solomon's preparation and eventually Nillikant. So what I get out of that little bit of work is that I should probably try sky aspect with the Mazarine Fife a little bit more, because I don't actually think I've done anything to... I don't really think I've done anything with that recently. Or sorry, I don't... What I mean to say is I don't think I have... I don't think that I have explored everything that I can do with the Mazarine Fife and Sky. So... And specifically, it mentions furs and feathers, so I don't have an element of the soul that I can put in. Yeah. I'm going to have to leave it here. So first of all, I don't like it when people spoil the fun for everyone else. But I particularly don't like it when people who are being well-behaved feel like they are the ones being targeted, so I'm sorry for that. It would be nice if people were just nice in the streams, and most of you are, which is why I feel particularly bad when things turn that way. But unfortunately, I am actually feeling like it was not a good idea for me to stream this late. I do actually have something to do in the morning, and I am leaving feeling not so great. And that's fine because, you know, Book of Hours is worth it, and I like it. I'm just sorry that we're ending now rather than having a bit of time together, and I'm already seeing this reflected in the viewer numbers. So for those of you who are still here, I hope you enjoyed at least most of it. And for those of you who didn't, I guess you're probably already off on your somewhere else. But anyways, it'll be better next time. I will be back on Monday. I do have a bunch of stuff that I need to record. I am going to see if somebody's doing Cultist Simulator. And again, Nearly Logical, I am sorry you felt that you might have been the target for that. You definitely weren't. I haven't seen you write anything since that, so I am sorry. Okay, yeah. I'm glad you're still here. That's the big one. That's the big one for me is, like, I don't mind apologizing if I've misunderstood someone, but I am really not happy. Like, no apology, no acknowledgement, yeah, it was worth it. Like, this is not the way to okay, good. This is not the way to talk to someone who's put in the extra hours, to try and share a game with people. Anyways. But I don't have anybody else doing Book of Hours, but I do notice that Kilgore Trout is playing. No, it's just the big one. Like I said, there'll be times that I misunderstand people for sure. If people have done wrong, I think they should feel bad about it, because hopefully feeling bad about it makes them behave differently. But to have someone who has behaved well and have them feel like, they're being singled out is a really, really bad situation. So I want to make sure that everybody's good. So thank you, Nearly Logical. I am going to host Kilgore Trout tonight because he is doing XCOM UFO Defense. I don't know if this is his first time playing it or not, but this is the original. This is the original Julian Gollop game published by Microprose, the one that is notoriously difficult. Yeah, I'm curious to see how he's enjoying it. But yeah, I will be back Monday, almost certainly with Book of Hours. Wednesday we'll likely be back to Cobalt Core, and then Friday more Book of Hours. I need to record a bunch of episodes for YouTube. But yes, I will enjoy the weekend, whatever I have left of it, and we'll catch up. Thanks for watching. Take care.